We'd like to welcome you to our current event and weekly Bible study for August 30th, 2015. And the first report we're going to be going over is entitled Accelerating the Mortality of Americans, How Many Millions Will Die in the Vampaceuticals Final Solution for America. We're going to explain all that in a second, what that all means. Earlier today, A&P, which is All News Pipeline, published a story in which a retired New York police officer shared a strange conversation she had with a supervisor for a state's emergency management agency and the intrusive medical questions that she'd been asked, including questions about prescription medications and if there was anybody over the age of 75 in the house and if they possibly needed hospital care during a medical emergency. And we're going to read that a little bit later. As anybody who's studied the subject knows, any kind of major emergency that shuts down the entire system for a lengthy period of time could quickly turn into death sentences for anyone who relies upon prescription medications and regular medical care if it suddenly becomes unavailable to them. During such an emergency, the elderly and the infirm would suddenly become an insurmountable burden upon an already broken system. Well, why is that? Because they're all, for the vast majority, totally addicted to multiple medications. And I'm not saying that, like I'm disgruntled about it. I'm saying it as a matter of fact. Most people that are elderly, and even now you've got teenagers, are on multiple medications, which is all by design, to get humanity addicted to pharmakia. Okay, all of the synthetic garbage that you're putting in your body that all has side effects, that all gunks up your liver and has umpteen side effects. The more people that are addicted to that, when things crash, that is going to be one other element that Satan is banking on to basically to take people out of their element. Somebody that was maybe dependent upon these types of things and thinking they're going to go in fighting the New World Order when the system crashes. Well, if they can't get their meds and they're dependent upon them, because all meds are essentially, pretty much all of them, are physically addictive in one way, shape, or form. Even antibiotics. Well, you'd say, well, how is that addictive? Well, because when you take an antibiotic, it totally wipes out your flora in your intestinal tract. It devastates your own immune system, which sets you up for another infection. All by design. It's all about reoccurring revenue with the pharmaceutical companies. And every time, even if you do something like, glucophage or insulin or things of that nature, well, you're basically becoming dependent upon that drug, and what little your body was doing before, now it's going to shut down its own production of insulin. You're creating what they call a negative feedback loop in the body. When you create a negative feedback loop in the body says, well, I'm not going to produce insulin anymore because I'm already getting enough. So then the pancreas ends up shutting down. The beta cells, or the islets of Langerhans, which is where insulin is produced in the body, in the pancreas. So that's what you're doing almost with every single drug. And it even goes for brain chemistry drugs, the pharmacy mind altering. You're creating that dynamic as well. They're taking over some function of the body that then the body says, well, I'm getting all I need, so I'm going to shut down my own production of this. So then when you try to get off them, and so many people email me, they're like, yeah, I just tried to come off this cold turkey, and it's horrific. And I'm like, yeah, I never, ever, ever tell anyone to come off meds cold turkey, typically. Because usually, the longer you've been on it, the more physical dependency you have on it. You have to implement the only way I know of to do it. And I'm not saying the Lord can't come in and do that, but the way that I have typically approached it is you come in with specific clinical supplementation that will specifically start to get those areas that have been shut down by the pharmaceuticals ramped up again. You implement that for at least a couple weeks. And then you start to slowly wean yourself off the meds. And that's how you do it. That's the only sensible way to try to do it, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I wouldn't tell anybody to do it any other way. Because just to come off meds cold turkey is just crazy most of the time, because you have that dependency on them. So it can be done, but it has to be done in a very logical and methodical way in order to do it right. So when these meds are taken away from these people in mass, I can't even imagine what it's going to be like. Just continuing here, it says, as anybody who studied the subject knows, any kind of major emergency that shuts down the entire system for a lengthy period of time could quickly turn into death sentences for anyone who relies upon prescription medications. Heart meds, where now you're dependent upon, whatever heart medication that you're taking, or anytime you're dealing with blood sugar, insulin injections, glucophage, that type of stuff. You're dealing with systems that if they get too far out of whack because you don't have the meds anymore, you could die. Because your body's so dependent upon those things. So, for someone to think they're going to go into the darkness that's coming, okay? The night is coming when no man can work, Jesus Christ said. For someone to think they're going to go into that, and let's say, you've got another 5 years on this planet before God takes you out. Don't in your mind think that you're ever going to be able to have access to those meds again. Or if you do have access to them, that's fine. But you have to sell your soul to get them, basically. Just take this mark of the beast, and we'll give you. Satan's gonna have every type of thing, and he's setting this all up so that there will be amounts, and this is just one aspect of how he's going to create desperation. He's going to create desperation economically. He's going to create that with now we know with the healthcare system, with the meds, and all of there's going to be a lot of different levels where he's going to create desperation, try to get you to sell out on the Lord Jesus Christ, and to sell your birthright for a bowl of pottage like Esau did, basically. Is what Satan is trying to get collectively people, and especially people that would label themselves as Christians, which is, supposedly the vast majority of this country. He's trying to get them set up right now for this gigantic fall where eventually they will come begging for the mark of the beast. They're not even going to take it reluctantly. They're going to beg for it in order to save their own skin. That's what I think. I think Satan would rather see a Christian grovel for the mark of the beast rather than just kind of reluctantly take it. I think he'd rather see you get on your knees and grovel. I'm not talking about my listeners. I'm just talking about, kind of the 501c3 lukewarm Christian crowd that's going to get blindsided. And this is just one way they're going to get blindsided. They're going to get blindsided by the deception that's coming, that they've been totally ill-equipped and ill-prepared to deal with. I'm going to be getting into that, I'm hoping next week. Huge, massive study on some information. I've never covered the subject before, but I've never actually got into some of the information I'll be getting into, I think, in the next study, unless we have some cataclysmic event happen between now and then. The deception, that's going to be another way. So there's going to be all these levels of desperation that Satan is setting up humanity for, creating this on purpose in order to get you to just, basically end up taking the mark of the beast. It's where it's all heading, to that one world government, one world political, one world economic, one world religion. And that's where this is moving towards. Going back to the reports, during such an emergency, the elderly and infirm would suddenly become an insurmountable burden upon an already broken system. As we are warned by a trusted source, millions would likely die in such a situation would develop. And again, a lot of them, a lot of them are going to be dead before the mark of the beast even arises, because when this happens, when the system collapses, and I really do believe to a certain extent, a certain amount of this is going to happen in a very short period of time. In order to create that shock and awe, that order out of chaos, that maximum amount of trauma on the adrenal glands, because the adrenal glands are these little tiny gland that sits on top of your kidneys, and they're the main thing in your body that helps you cope with stress. And when they're just burned out and exhausted and fried, which most people's adrenals are already fried because so many people are addicted to caffeine and nicotine and anything that ramps you up, anything that gives you that artificial energy, you got to be careful with that. I was like in this store, I was getting gas or something, and I looked down and this kid's in front of me. You know, he's like probably 19 or 20. He's got 3 Monster drinks on the counter. And I mean, there's some specials and like some silver can. And that Monster, the you know how it has the claw marks? Well, that's called a Tau mark in Hebrew, and it stands for the number 6. And it's got 3 of them right on the can. It's 666. Monster. They're getting us prepared mentally, subliminally for what's coming. So we're going to be getting into next week. All of this monster and hell and, you know, evil conditioning that they're getting us into. Don't drink those energy drinks are just insane. Don't drink anything from Starbucks either. That's a cursed drink. Goddess coffee. That's a mermaid with her legs spread on the label. But they've cropped the image so where you can't see that anymore. They're one of the most wicked companies on the planet. Pro-abortion, pro-sodomy. You're giving money to Satan when you buy their products. Okay? You're burning out your adrenals. Hey, a little bit of coffee, that's fine. Okay? And some people can take more. I personally can't. I do like a couple cups a week on average. 3 usually at the most. My immune system cannot handle it. I just can't deal with that. But these people that live on this stuff, like they drink it by the pot, and they're on these energy drinks, and then you've got people literally addicted to hardcore drugs like meth and cocaine, and you'd be surprised. I've seen documentaries on all these people that are addicted to cocaine. Housewives and normal business people, and you know, and they have their urban drug dealers, but they're the ones that are more respectable. They wear suits. They're the ones that make the drop-offs of those types of drugs. There's so many people that are, and then you've got the people that are addicted to the pharmaceutical meds. So, and these are all drugs to basically a certain extent. Even the hardcore energy drinks, and even something like, you know, where you're drinking soft drinks with tons of caffeine, and then you get into that aspect where they're giving you all the, you know, the NutraSweet and the aspartame and the sucralose and all of these, and aluminum cans, and the cans are leaching the aluminum into them, and then that causes Alzheimer's, and then you've got your high fructose corn syrup in the ones that aren't, you know, which causes diabetes. I mean, all of these things that they're doing to get us addicted to these substances to literally destroy our bodies. That's what it's all about. Because Satan knows we're body, soul, and spirit. And we're only as strong as our weakest link in our chain. And if we're devastated physically through these things that I mentioned, through the vaccines, through all of the toxicity in the food and all of the garbage they're doing to the water, the chlorine and the fluoride, that's also in the soft drinks and in the other things you drink, through the chemtrails. Well, all of this has been done by design to kill us and to create a weak, sickly population that's easy to control. So that when things do finally happen, people are already going to be in such a devastated state, it's not going to take a lot to push a lot of people over the edge. And not only that, but not only a devastated state, but a decadent, but a spoiled, rotten, particularly in America, state where, oh, I've got to have my McDonald's GMO burgers, and I've got to have 40,000 sauces on it, and this and that, and give me more sauces, and give me more fried food, and then the French fry, anything fried where you're creating all these trans fatty acids. I mean, it's just annihilating your liver and gumming your arteries up and gumming your liver. I mean, it's terrible. All this GMO food is changing us on a genetic level as well. It's all about defiling our DNA as well. through the vaccines, through all the GMO food, the GMO wheat now. I mean, anytime you eat anything wheat, anytime anything has a bun on it, basically, or bread, you're getting the glyphosate that they're spraying on the wheat to bring it to harvest. And the glyphosate is absolutely cancer causing. It annihilates your liver. It's a poison. It's changing us on a genetic level, is what this is all about as well. What were they doing in the days of Noah? They were trying to change humanity on a genetic level, and it got so bad that all flesh had been corrupted on the earth that God had to start over again. He had to wipe everything out, including the animals. That's how bad it got genetically. And Jesus Christ said, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the days of the coming of the Son of Man. Okay, which is what we're on the cusp of, end time, coming of the Son of Man. So we should be looking for the same things. It's just they're going about it in a much more subtle, more insidious way in the day and age we live, other than Noah's day. It was like in your face. You know, totally in your face. Today, it's much more subtle, much more satanically sophisticated way they're going about doing this. On thousands of different levels I didn't even get into all the electromagnetic pollution, the Wi-Fi and the cell phones and the high tension power lines and all of the different various forms of radio waves and HARP and scalar weaponry and all of this stuff they're doing to us there as well. So it's, you know, I wish it wasn't the case, but unfortunately that's where we find ourselves and where we're like how the day and age that we're living in, essentially. So let's go further here. We've also been urged to take a look at the already broken medical system, where U.S. veterans have given themselves to serve our country are being denied medical care and are put on waiting lists that quickly turn terminal, which is all by design, because that's the number one threat to the New World Order, returning veterans. Okay. Well, why? Well, because they are equipped. They've been trained by our country to go against the bad guys. And if there were an uprising, they could be ones that would lead an uprising against the New World Order. So we want to take them out first. And they do more things to them physically, as far as vaccinations and all the other garbage they do to them. Then what they do is they bring them back and they deny them care. Of course, I'm not saying the medical care they're getting is really the solution a lot of the times. I mean, obviously, you're just right back in the pharmakia system. But you've got 22 veterans every day in America committing suicide. 22. You have over 200,000 last year that died just waiting for care. All by design. They won't give them care. They don't want, I mean, that guy that works for Alex Jones, Joe Biggs, you know, his knee's all tore up. I think he's got a torn ACL, anterior cruciate ligament. I know I had the same thing. Cartilage. They won't give him surgery. They're not gonna. No, here's some meds. Get addicted to these painkillers. That's what they want. Yeah, you got the injury. Good. Deal with it. Yeah, and see, with an ACL, you'll keep hyperextending that leg if you have a torn ACL, unless you're super careful. I know I had the injury. I have a ligament from another person in my left knee. The guy that did the Miami Dolphins and the Florida Gators was the guy back in the day, this was like in the 80s, that did my surgery. So I know all about that injury. And they told me after that injury that even though you had this whiz-bang doctor do the surgery, they said, well, you had some torn cartilage, and you had I think I tore my medial collateral, or I don't know, I stretched it, and I totally tore my anterior cruciate ligament from the bone. No, actually I didn't tear from the bone, I tore it in half. That's why they couldn't repair it. Anyway, they said you will have arthritis in your left knee by the age of 21, around there. There's nothing you can do about it. Just go and rehab, and do the best you can do. Okay. Well, then I started rehabbing it like a madman, basically, because this had held me back for so long, and now I got a chance to get into physical therapy, which I'm all for physical therapy, and I worked really hard. I recovered in half the time they had ever seen anyone recover from that surgery. They wanted to do case studies on me, and all kind of stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to drive up to Gainesville. It's like 3.5 hours. So you can do case studies on me. I'm good. Just work hard in physical therapy. But I was also doing all the alternative supplementation. Seeing my chiropractor, the guy that got me into chiropractic, doing all the supplementation that would help accelerate the healing process, at least the supplementation I knew about at the time. Ligaplex 2 by standard process, that type of stuff. And I'm sure I was doing other things. But yeah, I recovered in half the time they had ever seen anyone recover from that surgery. They wanted to know what I did, you know. So, and then here I am, 46. I don't have any arthritis in my left knee. It acts up on me sometimes. But I mean, I'm not really in the gym now. So much I'm doing all home workouts. But I mean, I was in the gym lifting really heavy weights and theoretically should have been, you know, done a long time ago according to them. And I mean, really heavy weights with my knees and my legs, just stuff like that. And I'm fine. I'm good. You know. So it can be done. It's been proven in double-blind studies you can regenerate knee cartilage with glucosamine. It's been proven you can do that. But they don't want to tell you that. Why? Because it fixes the problem. Now, if you have a totally torn cartilage and the ends are frayed and they're not in proximity to one another, yeah, maybe you can't do it then. If you've got bone on bone and there's no cartilage there, then yeah, you're not going to regenerate. You got to have something to work with. But you know, for torn cartilage and really any joint issue, the glucosamine. I had to switch over back to glucosamine synergy by standard process because Innate unfortunately discontinued the JCTH because of sourcing problems. So, for any of my people out there that are taking it, but the one from standard process is very good as well. It's the one I'm using now again. But yeah, it's a great product. And you take manganese to hold your chiropractic adjustments and to help repair ligament and tendon and to have strong joints. Ligaplex 2 is the best product I have for that by standard process. You do Ligaplex 2, and this is just for joint issues. Ligaplex 2, glucosamine synergy if you have any degenerative issues, and you do like the good cod liver oil. You know, standard process has one I use, which acts as an anti-inflammatory. What they call it mediates the prostaglandin response in the body, which is your inflammatory response. You do those three things for most people with about any joint issue. Now, I'm not talking about an autoimmune joint issue. Yes, it would help with that, but there's other aspects to that. But if you do those three products, you're going to probably help almost 100% of the people you give that to in a huge way. These are people that may be relying on NSAIDs or ibuprofen or something like that in order to get through the day because of pain. And all they're doing is creating an incredibly horrific environment in the body. They're destroying their liver. They're actually destroying their joints. Non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, the NSAIDs, are actually been proven to degenerate and destroy your joints. Yeah, but they make me feel better. Yeah, but they're destroying your joints and they're destroying your liver. And that's all by design. Any drug that you're dependent upon is no good, is what I'm trying to tell you. They all have side effects, all of them. They're all toxic, all of them. You want to prove that? Take a whole bottle of whatever you've got. I'm not telling you to do that, I'm just saying. You would die, most likely. Take a bottle of what, like I sell food concentrates, or whether you get it from a health food store, wherever. If you take a whole food concentrate, and I don't mean synthetic vitamins, the worst you're going to get is diarrhea because you just took too much. It's the difference. One is food, one is a pharmaceutical, which are controlled poisons, essentially, all of them. So, U.S. veterans who have given themselves to serve our country are being denied medical care and put on waiting lists that quickly turn terminal, as well as emerging reports of major problems with Obamacare. This is why, you know, I don't advise anybody to go in the military in any way, shape, or form, because you're putting yourself in the hands of the beast at this point, you know. While you're in there, they own you. They can inject anything they want into you, and they don't have to disclose to you what it is, thanks to the Bill Clinton's executive order that he signed when he was in office. They don't have to disclose it to you, and they can give you whatever you are their beta test lab rat. And do whatever they want. And I've had Listener after listener after listener email me to confirm that. And they're devastated to this day after they've got out. So then they create this really sick, and not only that, then you have the PTSD that's going on, post-traumatic stress disorder. So they come back damaged mentally and then physically from the vaccines and then the meds they're being put on and the injuries they won't treat and stuff like that. It's no wonder 22 veterans are committing suicide every day. It's what they want. It's what Satan wants. He needs more death all the time. Feeds off it. Feeds off suffering. And then you're not going to be an effective fighting unit, they know, in that condition, which is, again, by design. So, giving yourself into that system is I would highly advise against it, because they do not have your best interests at heart. We are personally aware of Americans who have served our country bravely who are now being denied proper medical care. We are now witnessing a well-thought-out plan that is leading to the acceleration of the mortality of Americans. The first video below, and we're going to play those a little bit later. The first video below shares one such problem as Americans are sometimes unable to get their medication when they travel out of state. We also look at this alarming alert below, which shares several recent medical-related experiences that are enough to pull one's hair out. If what is shared below is indicative of the state of healthcare and the vampire pharmaceutical industry in America, it's time that Americans make alternative plans to ensure the health of our families and loved ones. Now, you know, I put out probably anywhere from 2 to 4 health newsletters every month, and then I do studies on here like we're doing today a little bit. We're going to be covering a lot of stuff today, not just this, where the blatant evil of big pharma, of the vaccine makers, of the Congress and the senators and the or the Congress and the House of Representatives and Obama and his administration, in order to side with this wicked, evil medical cartel is evidenced every time I put out a health newsletter. If that's not enough to get people wanting or really having some kind of urgency to try to get off whatever meds they're taking, I don't know what more I could do, because they're going to be taken away. And with stuff like insulin, you got to have that refrigerated. You know, there's certain ones, I mean, you're only going to have so much amount of supply. So I'm just saying, I mean, you know, I love you enough to tell you the truth. I'm telling you, this is what's coming. They're going to hold it over people's heads. Here's a report from someone, pharmaceuticals being denied to patients on Medicare. My wife was recently bit by a spider. They suspected a brown recluse on her finger, and after a trip to the ER did no good. She went to a doctor a few days later. He prescribed an antibiotic and some skin patches. Now let me say a little bit about this particular subject. I was bit by a brown recluse in Florida, probably about, I don't know, 2 or 3 years before I moved up here. And it was a brown recluse. I did end up seeing it after. It felt like a tack going into my finger. And it was under a phone book. I went to check a mailbox that I had, and it was they, you know how they put out phone books, so they put it at the mailbox. I just grabbed underneath the phone book and felt something really stabbing go into my finger, and I flipped it over and I saw it. They're not big and they're reclusive. That was why they like those places. It was under the phone book. And I'm like, okay, well, now I'm going to have to put my money where my mouth is, because here we're dealing with something that is, you know, you can lose limbs from this. And on a finger, it's even worse because it's more concentrated. There's the poison's concentrated into the one finger. So knowing that if I did nothing, I would lose the finger at bare minimum, if not my hand. Because what ends up happening is it causes tissue necrosis. It basically rots the tissue in the hand and can end up going gangrene on you. People have lost whole legs from these things. Well, I went right home and I started applying the 5,000 part per million mild silver in Vive protein, okay, the colloidal silver, which is on special. right now. Now that's on special at the site. Now this wasn't my idea. I'm not saying this to whatever. The owner of Envive emailed me, and he said he's well aware of all the stuff they're predicting for September and into early October. And he's like, we did something similar last year. He says, but I'm going to extend this to your listeners for, I don't know, it's like between now and the end of September. I think September 28th. I'm going to give you, you can buy any strength of the mild silver protein, whether it's 50 to all the way up to 10,700. You can buy any strength, 2 bottles, and you get 1 bottle free. Never has he done anything like that before. Not to that extent. That's the best one I've ever seen. So it's basically buy 2, get 1 free of any strength. And that would apply, like, if you want to get like 2 6-packs, you get another 6-pack free. So this first part is about preparing for what is coming. And whether, to me, worst case scenario, you're stocking up on the meds that you're going to need that are only going to last you so long, or whether you're actually looking, if at all possible, to fixing your problem with clinical nutrition so you can get off this stuff. Or let's say you find herbs, to get off something. Fig leaf tea and the black seed oil is really, really good diabetes protocol. I already had a pastor that he's been able to get off his insulin from that. Black seed oil and fig leaf tea. Actually, he was only doing the black seed oil. But the fig leaf tea is another thing you can do. It's totally natural. You can grow fig leaves, In other words, God put everything we need here. Okay? So, anyway, the owner of Envive said, for your listeners, I'm going to extend this for like this next month until like the 28th of September, I believe. It's in my last email or whatever. So, buy 2, get 1 free. And that's buy 4, get 2 free. Buy 6, get 3 free. That's how it works. Okay, so that is available at DrJohnsonAugust302015, the website for the mild silver protein. Dr-Johnson.com. www, whatever. So, if you want to avail yourself to that. Anyway, I took the mild silver protein. I painted my finger with it several times per day. Between that, I took Lugol's iodine. Okay, painted my finger with it there, and then I also put DMSO on. And these are all things like Lugol's. Just look up Lugol's iodine online. Lugol's, Lugol's iodine. You can find it online. You paint that, and I just alternated it. 5,000 parts per million mild silver protein, Lugol's iodine, and then I would put DMSO on. And you can use 70%, you can use 99. I like the 99, but you got to be careful what part of the body you're putting the 99 on, because it can burn a little bit. You can burn yourself with Lugol's iodine if it's too high strength. Like if you just find it from the lab and it's 11%, you need to cut it half with water. I mean, topically you can take more, but it depends on the area of the body you're using it on. If it's a sensitive area, you're going to have to lower the dosage. You have to play around a little bit. And I do have files on these things. If you email me, I can send them to you. Just please, try to keep anything you would send to me as brief as possible, because when I do any of these health things, I get deluged with questions, and a lot of times it's like, 5 pages long. I can't deal with that. I'm sorry. One person can only do so much. I'm trying to help as many people as I can, but for me to take the time to answer a 5-page letter, and for somebody to want a full health consult, I'm not in practice anymore, okay? What you would come to me and ask for if you went to see somebody that did what I did would cost you hundreds of dollars. And they're just asking for it like it's a matter of fact, like my time is kind of invaluable. Now, I'm not talking about the majority of my listeners. I'm talking about this does happen, though, to me. And I just don't have, there's not enough hours in the day to do that. So as briefly as you can, you explain that, and then I will try to get you the information. I don't ask nothing for it. I don't charge for consults. I don't do, I mean, it's all free that I'm giving out. But I was in practice for a long time, and did this for a living, and did charge, you know, for what I was doing. And so now I just do it for free, but obviously there's only so many people you can help. So for this problem, and this would apply, I would say, to any kind of spider bite. Snake bite's a little more serious because a snake bite can kill you a lot quicker. Brown recluse, you have days to deal with it. Snake bites are different. But you just alternate the three: the DMSO, the iodine, and the mild silver protein, topically, straight. And my finger started swelling up like the first couple days. It got pretty big, even though I was doing that. But then I think about, probably about the third day, it started coming down. It never developed into a big wound, which is typically what will happen with a brown recluse. Just went down and down and down until it was normal. But had I not been doing that, I probably would have lost the finger and probably the hand, knowing what I know about brown recluse bites. So there you go. That's one thing that if you had in your arsenal, iodine, you can have that stuff. Have it stocked. DMSO, not a hard, but see, here's the deal. Like in a month from now, if all this stuff were to happen and I'm not on air anymore, you're not going to be able to get any of this stuff. Your window of opportunity will be gone. You may never be able to get it ever again. So if you don't have this stuff ahead of time, there's no guarantee you're going to have it in the future, or even have access. Or if you even do get access to it, be prepared to pay 10 to 50 to 100 times more for it if you can find it. You know, I had remembered watching, some clip of a show not too long ago, and it was basically the world had collapsed, and it was this little ratty kind of convenience store, little store up in like the mountains, and these people went in there, and the collapse had just happened. This biker gang had taken it over, and this woman was walking down the aisle, and was like, a box of tampons was $500. It was, special pricing. And expect to see that. And on some level, when these things go down. The prudent man foreseeth evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass unpunished. I'm going to be getting a little bit more into those verses a little bit later. So, my wife recently was bit by a spider, suspect brown recluse on her finger, trip to the ER did no good. She went to a doctor a few days. I mean, these people are going the medical route, and they're still losing their fingers and their hands with brown recluse bites, is what I'm telling you. Okay, I suffered no repercussions other than some discomfort for a few days because of what I was doing. What I'm telling you is there's a great example. Now, granted, I understand emergency medicine, you cut yourself open, you need stitches or something like that, or you break a bone, there's nothing better than emergency medicine for that. I admit that. But unfortunately, it's getting so wicked and so big brother within the medical profession. Those are, and then now, Obamacare's a law and all this other garbage. Whatever you can do to stay out of that system, I would highly encourage it. This lady that is up on the internet, she's called the Patriot Nurse. Just look up Patriot Nurse on YouTube. You'll find her. She's really good. And she's very practical. She tells you stuff you can, like, on her, I was just watching her website the other day, and things that you can go get at the dollar store. All of this really cool stuff you can get at the dollar store where you're not breaking the bank as far as stocking up on medical stuff, and for your family and to help other people and to possibly to barter. I mean, this stuff could be like gold in the future. And where you're not even going to break the bank. And she was going through this whole thing. Well, she offers classes as well where she does different cities around the country where you can go and you can take a 1 or 2 day class. And it's on like emergency trauma stuff, like survival, though. This is where, you're not going to have access to a hospital, or you probably might not even want to deal with a hospital. and she's doing these really good classes on, and they're not super cheap, but you could probably pick up information in a 2-day course there that it might take you years to accumulate that. And it's kind of a crash course. So if you have somebody in your family that's interested in that, it would be a good idea to possibly register for some of her classes. I'm not saying there's not other people that don't do that, but she's very pro Second Amendment, pro patriot, sees the collapse coming. She's got a really good mindset, and that's one of the reasons I like her, because she's really has a pretty good grasp on the big picture, and that would be something that you might want to look into. And even if one member of your family took the class, that would provide a vital niche for your family and for your extended family, or even possibly your community if things went bad. Because very few people are going to have that level of training. And she even said that a lot of the MDs and the nurses don't have it, because their mindset is, I'm in this sterile hospital, all these conditions and these parameters are perfect, and we've got all of these wonderful supplies at our disposal. Okay, but what if you don't have all that? Which is going to be the reality with what's coming in most likely the near future. Well, then that's the reality I want to put myself in, where we don't have best case scenario, where we have limited resources to work with, where we have to do this and improvise and think on our feet. Well, that's like her classes are like that. So that's something to think about as well. So let's go further here. He prescribed an antibiotic. This was for the brown recluse bite, and some skin patches. While I was at the pharmacy counter yesterday, they told me that the patches were not covered by the insurance company because they were not pre-approved. Quote, pre-approved. I told the pharmacist clerk that the doctor prescribed it, and she said that the insurance would not cover it and that I could have the doctor call them in directly, and I would want to come back tomorrow and maybe it would be covered. I told her I would take it now and maybe request a discount later. See, this is another thing that the medical community is trying to do, the big pharma. Bleed you dry. And those statistics on people that like live their lives, and then the statistical fact about a lot of them end up spending their life savings in like the last year of their life on medical expenses and things of this nature. Well, it's all by design. It's all by design. Bleed you dry. They get your money one way or another. Whether it's through the unlawful IRS that funds your own destruction and just lines the bankers' pockets and, is used for all kind of nefarious purposes. Not one dime of it goes to run in the country. It's been proven by the Grace Commission, the Reagan appointed. Or whether it's through Big Pharma or a host of other ways. It's all about bleeding you dry. So, going further, it said, while I was waiting, a lady in her 60s came up to the counter to get her script filled. She was told that Medicaid was down and they could not give the pharmacy an estimated time of when it would be back. The woman said that she had been out since last week and really needed her script filled. She was told that she could still get it, but that she would have to pay full price over $200. Again, bleeding you dry. Get you addicted. Make sure that you're a user. Okay, this is what drug dealers do when they move into neighborhoods. Okay, hey, give you a little sample to try. Come back maybe the next day, give you another sample. And when they see you're hooked and you're dependent, that's when they start charging you. Because then you're hooked and dependent. It's very similar here. Going further, the pharmacist told her to come back tomorrow, but there was still no guarantee their system would be up. Meanwhile, a car came through the drive-thru, and I overheard the conversation. The woman's script for an ointment was not covered by her insurance either. I don't know if Medicaid is backed up or not, and the examples of insurance denial for pharmaceutical coverage is not statistically significant, but it is a red flag warning. If we need to start stocking up or rat-holing necessary prescription meds as we go forward, or that's what he's saying to do. Okay, fine. life-saving stuff that, but just understand there's probably going to come a time when, you're going to run out. And all I'm telling you is you cannot drug your body into good health. You can't do it. It's impossible. So looking for alternatives would be one of the main things I would look at regarding this whole subject. And I've already told you how to go about that. The next letter, retired New York City cop. I'm a single mom. The Lord is my everything. Serious suburban prepper. Retired New York City cop. God bless her. Got a very strange phone call today. 8/26/2015. Supervisor from FEMA called me with a random questionnaire. I only stayed on the line because I wanted to try to see where this was all going. I refused to answer many of the questions. They wanted to know how many guns I had in the house, any other weapons, amount of ammo. You believe this garbage? Asked about stored water for drinking, as well as hygiene. How much my family house containing food supplies for emergencies. How long my family could survive on what we had. How long I thought it should take the government to respond to the disaster. I mean, this is just unbelievable. In your face. Is there anyone in the house over 75? Would they need hospitalization if without their medications for any length of time? Over a week. I mean, I can remember dealing with elderly people when I was in practice a lot, and they'd be routinely, I'd see people that were on 20 meds or more. 20 meds. My grandma was on 11, and my grandpa had come to me and said, well, and it wasn't because they were really in the right mindset, but some insurance thing was expiring with them, and again, they get you addicted, and then you have to start paying out of the pocket. And they wanted to see what we could get my grandma off of so they wouldn't have to pay for this massive amount. Well, we got her, it was 2 to 3 months. We got her off 11 out of the 10 meds with clinical nutrition, specific clinical nutrition, implemented up front, slowly weaned off one med at a time. Heart med, she was on glucophage for blood sugar, injectable insulin, got her off all the injectable insulin, got her off the glucophage, got her off all of her heart meds. The only thing I wasn't able to figure out at the time was the water pill, but I figured that out later. So I know it can be done, I know it can be done. And those are as serious of a medications as you can get. Heart meds and blood sugar, either one of those can take you out if you go off. Well, she was off 10 out of 11 in really 1 to 3 months. She started getting off stuff within the first month. But I don't ever tell anybody, get off them all at once. No, do them one at a time. Wean one at a time. Yeah, you can wean some of the other ones down while you're implementing it, but really concentrate on one, and then go to the next one, and then the next one, because it's just sensible. If you're going to do it, and it's your choice, I can't tell you, even as a chiropractor, I can't tell you what to do. This is your choice. For full disclosure, liability reasons, I can't, The only ones that could say that would be an MD, and they're never going to tell you that, because that's how they make their living. That's how they've been trained. That's their, unless they're super, super honest and they figured this stuff out. And there are some out there. So then they're asking how much medication we have on hand of our normal meds. I mean, do you believe this? Did I have enough in the way of supplies to be able to care for other people in the neighborhood if needed? What? Really? I mean, they're assessing, okay, what we're going to go in here, what we're going to take, what we're going to steal. They would prefer to clean these people out that would be capable of helping other people, because they don't want you to have they don't want the neighborhood to have help. They want them to all starve and die and come beg for whatever solution that they're going to, whatever satanic carrot they're going to dangle out in front of a collective neighborhood or whatever. So yeah, you would be raided, you would be pilfered, most likely by the government, so you would have nothing, so you couldn't help anybody either. I think this is where this is all heading, to assess assess this. Also wanted to know if we had spare cash in the house available for emergencies, if the banks were temporarily unavailable. I mean, if that's not in your face, totally satanic, I don't know what is. And then she says, have you heard of anyone being asked such detailed emergency prep questions while claiming to be a FEMA? She said, I only answered 2 of the questions, told them that A, I didn't want their help ever, and B, the rest of the answers were none of their business. Good for her. But she's an absolute target. They know where she lives. They, know her attitude, and she is going to be an absolute target. They're already, in other words, she's already on their radar, big time, obviously. So she would do well to relocate, if at all possible, to some alternate, And when you do it, you better change your phone. And you better have everybody in your family change their phones, or throw them away, or keep them wrapped in 2 or 3 layers of aluminum foil, or in one of those those shielding phone cases. Especially when things go down. Because they'll just track you. And again, I mean, that's what they'll do. They're gonna, they're gonna implement all this data collection they've been using for all these years. There's gonna come a time when they actually use that data against us. So please bear that in mind. And I would assume that, just even the GPS in your car, if you had Sirius satellite radio, they're gonna be able to track you. So you better, have that stuff not functioning in the car when things go down, or if you're relocating to an alternate location, or if you have a bug out location where your stuff's at, have this stuff all turned off or blocked or shielded while you're doing while you're going over there, whether it's several trips to get a whole bunch of your gear over there. Don't have all these tracking devices on while you're going over back and forth. Don't do that. The stuff that I'm telling you today could literally save your life. I'm not saying the Lord Jesus Christ isn't on the throne. I'm just telling you about some practical things you can do that could save you and your family's lives, potentially. So let's go further here. This story is from the Duluth News Tribune last week. Shows us a room full of angry, fed up U.S. veterans sounding off about their poor health. Tom Moores, a 68-year-old veteran from the Vietnam War, tells us that the Choice Act, which is a program set up by the Congress to help U.S. veterans, it's a debacle, he said, back in June. Newser, I guess it's a news agency, reported that vets' healthcare delays are getting even worse. Worse than what? Worse than 238,000 U.S. veterans who died waiting for healthcare, I believe just last year alone, according to a leaked document. Yeah, all by design. 238,000 U.S. veterans died waiting for healthcare. I believe that was just last year. If one looks back through the eyes of history, what we're now seeing happening across America to our elderly and vets is reminiscent of the final solution carried out by the Nazis during World War II to systematically eliminate millions of Jews, Slavs, and others. Now, see, that's what I'm trying to get you in the mindset of. Understand that if you're a veteran, if you're elderly, if you're in the medical system, if you're dependent upon them in any way, shape, or form, understand that system wants to see you dead. They want to see you suffer as much as possible. The people at the top, I'm not talking about the people giving you prescriptions, the people that at the top, with Satan controlling them like puppets on strings, want to see you die, and they want to see you suffer, and they want to milk you for every penny that you got along the way, so that you'll die penniless. That would be their goal for everybody in that system. So yeah, it's important you understand that. These are not organizations that want to help you. They ultimately want to see you dead. It's being done in front of our faces to our elderly and the vets by withholding of medical care and supplies to those in need, rather than sending them away to institutions to rot away and to be eliminated as the Nazis did. Well, and again, I have mixed feelings about that because I don't believe the solution lies in these meds that they're being denied and that maybe unnecessary surgeries that were the reason you had to get the surgery in the first place is because you let your body, you're dependent upon the meds for so long you created a surgical condition in the body. It would have been better that you'd taken care of yourself to start with, not put yourself in a position to ever get on the meds so that you wouldn't have created a situation where you actually needed the surgery. You know? Well, I'm all plaqued up. I got to have my surgery to get my bypass or angioplasty. Oh, that's great. So your arteries are all gummed up with fat and with plaquing and with potential calcium deposits. And the solution is to go in there with angioplasty and squish it to the sides so you open up the coronary artery, which just prolongs the problem and fixes nothing. Or we'll go in there and scrape your carotids out. We'll open them up and scrape them out. Or we'll do bypass surgery where we're going to take another stent or a vein or something and we're going to bypass the blockage. And we're going to give you a drug-dependent stent as well that's dependent upon Plavix, which is the height of insanity because you'll have to take Plavix the rest of your life in order for that stent to work, which is they got you right where they want you. And Plavix is horrifically bad stuff. Blood thinner. Or you could take Wayfarin, which is literally rat poison. Coumadin. It's rat poison. It's the active ingredient in rat poison. I'm not lying. Just look it up. It's all insane. All of their solutions are asinine and insane. No, I think what you might want to do if you want to thin your blood naturally is you take nattokinase, a natural enzyme. It's derived from soy, but it's derived from fermented soy, and it's the enzyme portion. It's not soy. Okay, you take nattokinase on an empty stomach to thin your blood, but you never do it with a blood thinner, like a med. You thin your blood too much. And then you do, if you can afford it, do IV, intravenous chelation treatments, 30 to 50. It'll clean you out. It'll clean your arteries out. Detox your liver. Now, if you can't afford that, go online. You do a keyword search for EDTA. And you try to find the powder if you can. It's harder to find, but you take that, you put about 1,500 to 2,000 milligrams under your tongue every day with a drop of DMSO with it, and you will absorb a good amount of that sublingually, the EDTA, and it will go in there and chelate the arteries. It will clean your arteries out. It's a lot slower to do it orally, but it's a lot cheaper too, and you don't have to worry about the big IV catheter needles. The IV catheter needles are a lot better, but it's very, very hard to find MDs that'll do it because you got to be an MD, and they frown upon it because it fixes the problem. No, we don't want to do that. We want open heart surgery. We want medications. We want to do open heart surgery, and then we want you to have the occasional heart attack. We want to keep you alive because we make a ton of money off you that way. And then you'll eventually die from a massive heart attack because eventually you're going to plaque up and there's going to be something that gives way. You're going to have some plaque break off and you're going to stroke out, or you're going to, get it lodged in the heart and you'll die of a massive heart attack. Win-win for the medical society. And by that point, you probably have no more money left anyway. My dad, when he died, and I had, the only reason he had lived that long, by the grace of God, was the supplementation that we had done. He would have died a long, 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 long time ago. I'm telling you, he would have. He had massive plaquing in both carotid arteries, like in his late 30s. No, in his late 20s. So much so you could see that on an x-ray. It's bad when you can see it on an x-ray, the plaquing. Put him on the protocol. But in the end, the one thing that he needed most of all, the EDTA chelation, he hadn't taken any of it. He'd only done the nattokinase, and I found that out literally the night that he had the massive heart attack and died. He let me know then. I'm like, hey, Dad, what's this sealed bottle of EDTA that I've been trying to get you to take for like 2 years? Oh, I didn't take that. Oh, that's good. Well, you're going to die tonight. And I didn't say that, but that's what happened. He died. He had a massive heart attack that night. I was there. Not pretty. He was dead within a day. Had to take him off life support. Oh, that day where they didn't even do surgery on him. Hey, it was only like 80 grand. It's like $80,000. Well, that's reasonable. you know, I'm glad I had the time because it was the reason I was able to lead them to the Lord, I believe, was that time. So yeah, I praise God for it. But I'm just saying, 80 grand for one day, they did no surgical procedures on him? Seems reasonable. But that's how they get you. All by design. So, I mean, I've had quite a bit of first-hand experience with all this. You know, dealing with patients, dealing with my own family and stuff like that. Had my dad done what I told him to do, he'd probably be alive to this day. But it wasn't God's plan. But the EDTA can save countless lives. Hey, heart disease, what's number 2 killer? Well, in the medical profession, it's the first. That's number 1. Through all the various ways they kill you. And then you've got, I don't know, it's cancer, heart disease in there. Which cancer and heart disease, you can blame the medical on that too, because, you know, they've got the cures, they know what to do. They just suppress it all. Or downplay it and act like this other stuff's voodoo medicine. Like they're so much better. So, I'm going to have to end this part here because I'm getting to be ready over on time. And we will go to part 2 next. So God bless you, and we will see you in part 2. We'd like to welcome you back to part 2 of our current event and weekly Bible study for August 30th, 2015, continuing with this report. It says, we have been visiting several different forums for members of the U.S. military to find out what kinds of problems others are having. And this seems to be a systematic issue. It is quite widespread. We invite our readers to share in the comments section below the kinds of problems with healthcare that they too are having. Again, it's not healthcare. It's disease propagation care. The medical system really has very little to do with healthcare, promoting health. They're treating your symptoms, which causes the underlying symptoms and whatever's causing the symptom to propagate and get worse. They're masking symptoms through pharmaceuticals, and then it finally turns into a surgical condition. And that's how they make their money. It's reoccurring revenue. So it's you know, this whole thing about healthcare, it's not healthcare. So whether they're having shortages of supplies, medications, delays, we believe from what we're reading and hearing that this is a major problem now all across the country. The major problem is everybody's addicted to these things, and they're reliant upon this broken, evil system. But don't think I'm biased on this. I mean, I'm not, you know, pretty neutral on the subject. And things are about to get much, much worse. Think about how many millions of Americans are dependent on drugs. Think about how many Americans are on antidepressants. If suddenly all those medications became unavailable due to war, economic collapse, or a major cyber attack, pandemic, whatever, and that shuts down the system, think of the chaos that would be caused. Are each of you prepared to live for several months without having the ability to purchase new medications? Again, I already covered my views on that in the first part. On day 1 alone following such an event, Americans who cannot get their medications will die. Well, I guess if you were living day to day for your meds. While some argue that guns cause gun-related deaths, much research will show you that many of these mass shootings across America have been carried out by people that are on antidepressants. Absolutely, that's an absolute statistical fact. An excellent story by Matt Walsh on The Blaze argues that America's problems with violence aren't due to guns nor mental illness, but rather because of the godlessness of our nation. Well, great point, yeah. Imagine 60 million plus Americans without their meds. Okay, that's going to be reality pretty soon. I mean, and you could look back at, well, how's this going to compare to the Great Depression? We didn't have 60 million people dependent upon meds when the Great Depression hit. You know, there's so many differences. With millions of Americans now completely dependent upon such meds, how much crime would likely take place across the country committed by those no longer able to obtain such medications? As day 2 turns into day 3 and 4, and still no normal medications nor health care arrive, if you want to call it health care, how long would it take for America to turn into a scene of, an apocalyptic horror movie with millions of those dependent upon the system no longer able to get what they need to be physically or mentally healthy? And again, the premise by which this report is written is so asinine to me. They're not healthy being upon psychotropic meds or medicating their body into, quote, good health. I don't agree with that at all. But that's their viewpoint. Evidently, they're very medically brainwashed. One of the questions that really stood out to us in the recent FEMA healthcare questionnaire, we read that, was, did my family have enough cash in our home to weather 3 or 4 months without access to an open bank or functioning ATM machine? Well, they're hoping you don't. Because the sooner you go to them begging for whatever you need, the better, because they have you right where they want you at that point. Big brother Satan has you right where he wants you. This goes on to say, what was that all about? Was that a hint that they know something that we don't know? How many of us are really prepared to live for 3 to 4 months in our homes without access to an open bank or functioning ATM machine? If you are one who tells us that you're prepared to live 1/4 to 1/3 of a year inside without access to outside assistance, supplies, etc., well then congratulations, you're clearly one of the few. As for everyone else, the large majority of Americans, well, what happens to them? Meanwhile, most Americans are having the life sucked out of them by the vampaceuticals, who are also quite successful in sucking their victims' financial lives dry too. See, it's something the person that wrote this report, they seem to get it on some levels, and they seem to not get it on other levels regarding, I don't know, big pharma. The big pharma is quite adept at sucking their victims' financial lives dry too, leaving millions of Americans broke and ill and in deep trouble. For those who are completely dependent upon this healthcare system, what can they do to make it through what may be very difficult times ahead? There are many questions and very few answers. We'd love for you to share your own thoughts below. Well, I already shared mine. I gave, I think what I gave you was biblical as well, because it's trying to do it within the parameters of what did God put here on the planet in order for us to maintain our health. The foods, the herbs, the things of this nature. And I just don't, ultimately, I don't believe, well, stockpiling my meds is the thing that's going to get me, out of this whole mess. No, I don't think that's the case. I'm not saying don't have things to fall back on, don't have, if you can get your hands on some of those things, but man, if you're trying to drug your body into good health and we go into this dark time, I think you're going to have some super rude awakenings. We will likely follow up on this story with your suggestions on how people can overcome such ordeals without the system in the days or weeks ahead. As for personal experience, I absolutely refuse to take any, and again, this is what's so paradoxical about this report, I absolutely refuse to take any man-made pharmaceutical drugs at all. Okay. But yet you're saying all these other people are, and it's healthcare, and it's okay. Then he says, God long ago provided by nature the human race with all that we need to survive. I agree. The list of alternative means for survival that goes beyond man-made big pharma has long been reported on such websites as Natural News, naturalnews.com. There's links to these. Natural Society, Natural Blaze. One of my favorite alternatives to antibiotics is garlic, raw, crushed, and consumed with Manuka honey. It's got to taste a little rough, but okay. I've personally never seen the gigantic things from garlic, but it depends on the person. I'm really, truly convinced of that. Some people will respond really well to a certain alternative therapy, and the next person won't. I need to have a good amount of whole food vitamin C to maintain my immune system. That's for me personally. That has a lot to do with adrenal health too. For me, that's the biggest factor. I don't even rely on the mild silver protein for that. I do that to keep candida levels down, stockpile it for emergencies. Yes, it's good if you're feel like you're fighting something off, getting a cold or things of that nature. But I generally don't rely on it like an everyday thing. I rely more on the whole food vitamin C. Innate Response Formulas makes a really good one, C400 in a tablet, and they also make a C complete powder. Very good whole food. It's the ones I carry. But I'm not saying there's not other whole food vitamin C's out there. So he's saying that the garlic raw, crushed, and consumed with Manuka honey. Now, Manuka honey is honey from New Zealand, typically. It's extremely, extremely expensive. Okay, if you're going to get it, though, get the raw. Try to get the organic. If you're going to pay that amount of money, get that. It's one of the things that has been proven to actually cure Helicobacter pylori, or it's also called H. pylori. It's one of the main causes for stomach ulcers. And you can have tests where they check you for it. I also think you can knock that out, though, with the silver. And in that case, you would take like a teaspoon of the silver and just swallow it. You wouldn't hold it under the tongue for sublingual absorption. You're trying to get it straight into the stomach where this Helicobacter pylori actually lives. And you can knock it out. But Manuka honey's also been proven good for that. It's a natural antibiotic. It has a lot of therapeutic. Usually, if you find it, it's going to be in your better health food stores, and typically it's going to be behind glass because it's so expensive. Then he goes on to say, you can ask Susan, I got rid of an abscess tooth infection in less than 2 days by consuming it, meaning he got rid of the tooth abscess by doing the garlic and the Manuka honey. I believe it. Here's the deal, though. If it was an actual tooth abscess, if it was like a gum abscess, I kind of get that. A tooth abscess, that's fine. But here's the difference of the approach I would take. If you have teeth problem, and I don't know, I really believe that something that they have done in this whole destruction of our food supply, I have had more people emailing me about teeth problems in the last 1 to 2 years than I ever had in my whole career prior to this, being in practice since '93, essentially. I'm telling you, I've had more people emailing me about teeth-related stuff, whether it's cavities, whether it's loose teeth, whether it's gum infections, whether it's gum abscesses, whether it's root canals that they say they need. You can't even believe how many people I've had email me about this. And I don't think I've had one case that we weren't able to resolve with the supplements, the professional supplements I've used. Now, here's the deal. If you had somebody with cavities and you just go after the infection portion, let's say with the raw garlic and let's say with the Manuka honey, that's great. But if there is a tooth issue problem, let's say you have weak teeth or your enamel's not good or you're prone to cavities, you have to understand that is an internal tooth issue. And by just killing the infection, you've done nothing to promote really tooth health or tooth integrity. That's a whole other issue. That's a bone issue, essentially. The teeth are the hardest, essentially, bones in the body. So what you do for that is the primary product I use is Biodent by Standard Process. I've sold more of that stuff than any other product, I think. Because so many people are having teeth problems that are my listeners. And so, you know, the crazy thing, I've never had a tooth pulled. I've never had a cavity in my whole life. So it's kind of a strong point of mine. I haven't been to a dentist in I don't even know how many years. Okay? And the thing is with that whole particular subject, I started to have tooth pain. I was probably about a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months. My upper left molars. I mean, it just kind of came out of nowhere, and it started to be severe really quick. I'm like, oh man, do I have a cavity? Felt like I did. I never had one, but it felt like what it would feel like. And I started on that Biodent, and I started on the silver. And what I do is I take the silver and hold it in the mouth, the 5,000 part, because that will kill it. Just like what they're trying to do with the garlic and the Manuka honey, I just do it with the silver. Hold it in there, it'll absorb into the mucous membranes of the gums, hold it over the tooth. But see, if I just did the silver, I'm doing nothing to rebuild the tooth. So I did the Biodent and the silver together. I did a little bit of calcium. Calma Plus is the one product that you would take for like loose teeth, and it has a little bit of parathyroid in it. And the parathyroid is the only gland in the body that is purely dedicated to calcium metabolism. It sits on top of the thyroid. So a lot of women, they've had their thyroids removed because the doctor gave them some reason why they had to get their thyroid removed, and they've taken the parathyroid with it. So now their calcium metabolism's all messed up too, but the doctor never failed to mention any of that. And also the thyroid controls your metabolism and a lot of other things. So a lot of people might just have messed up calcium and bone issues just from having their parathyroid. Or what if they've had it radiated? You know, which has happened. So Calma Plus is the only one I know with a little bit of parathyroid in it for that. It's very good for loose teeth too. Anyway, I've got a whole document on this that goes through each one. Like, okay, they're saying you need root canal, you got cavities, you've got loose teeth, you've got gum stuff. With the gums, it's more bioflavonoids you need. Okay, and so if you have somebody with gum abscess with infection, you give them Cataplex ACP by standard process. It helps rebuild the gums and it fights the infection. You also want to do some silver with it if it was bad. And if you just have receding gums, you would do Cyruta Plus, which is a high bioflavonoid product that standard process has. These are things you do to rebuild the. It's not, oh, I have receding gums because I'm not brushing enough or this or that. You have really bad tartar on the teeth, you need a little bit of phosphate because your actual calcium phosphorus ratios are out of whack in the body. But you never hold phosphate in the mouth too long, and you never do it straight. Okay, because I've had people order it from me before and they did it straight, and you got to be careful because it will remove the enamel of your teeth if you hold it in there too long and you do it straight. So you got to be careful with some of these. Well, that's really the only one you have to be careful with. But what I'm trying to tell you is that there's natural ways to take care of every system of the body. If the dentist were to do what I said, just the stuff that I just mentioned, overall across the board, they would have probably 95% less cavities they were filling. I mean, they give them fluoride too, which basically is a bone softening, the sodium fluoride, which is a byproduct of the aluminum industry, which is totally toxic, which fries your lower brain lobes, which is your will to resist. Well, they give them that, which is a bone softening agent, which is all by design. Oh, no, it's for strong teeth. No, natural organic fluoride that naturally occurs in the food, yes, it is. It's a bone toughening agent, but not sodium fluoride, which is beyond toxic. So the dentists are promoting all of this evil garbage that I didn't, okay, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. A lot of them, they don't know, okay, whatever. But I would say if you're dealing with any kind of dentist, find a mercury-free dentist, or they're called biological dentists. I just gave you the information in the last newsletter I put out on how to find one. Be very careful on that, because they're pushing a lot of evil stuff, and they're pushing a lot of unnecessary procedures. Root canals and these fillings and all the bridges and all this other stuff. So much of the time it's totally unnecessary. My cousin Heidi, she had come to me, I've told the story before, 15 years ago. And she was like, they want to pull all my teeth. They're all loose in the socket. Give me dentures. They're going to do it this week. Oh, good. I'm glad you gave me a lot of time. Was there anything you can do? I'm like, yeah. I looked up the protocol. It's Calma Plus and Cataplex F. I have it in the thing, the attachment. Gave her the protocol, probably Biodent with it. Her teeth tightened up in less than a week. She canceled the surgery. As far as I know to this day, she still has all of her teeth. It was that easy. And that was the difference between her getting all of her teeth yanked out, which they said she had to have because obviously nothing could be done for that. And I give her the protocol for it, and she's good in less than a week. Cancel the surgery. Bye-bye. Gallbladders are the same way. Oh, I got to get my gallbladder removed. It's all full of, yeah, well then, get on choline. 9 a day, 3 with meals for a couple weeks. Then do your liver detox, whether you want to go the supplemental route or whether you want to go the liver flush route. We saved, I don't know how many, the practice I was in, how many gallbladders. I mean, I'll give the Lord the credit. He gave us the knowledge. He gave us the brain to figure this stuff out, but it wasn't that hard once you figured it out. You know, deplaquing the arteries. I already talked about that in the last study, EDTA. Getting people off insulin and meds. Well, okay, make sure they're on a good chromium-based product. I have one called Metabolic X, and then now we have this other thing with the black seed oil and the fig leaf tea. You probably get about 95% of the people off insulin from that protocol. I think you need to do all three if you're going to get somebody off insulin. Black seed oil, try to get organic, and fig leaf tea. You can find it. People sell it up on the even eBay. Try to get organic fig leaves. And that Metabolic X product that I have. It's got all the stuff for blood sugar in one capsule, which is where I generally start somebody. I start them there, and then I'll generally do herbs and the other stuff later, because I like to start with a whole, your base product, the product that's going to cover a lot of bases, the stuff that you know the pancreas needs. Okay, so those are supposedly things you can't. You go the medical route. Here's your meds. It's as though you're deficient in the medication. I'm compensating for my Lipitor deficiency, or whatever they're going to give you. All I'm saying is we're getting to a point in time where these meds are most likely not going to be available unless you sell your soul to get them. So I'm giving you a heads up about this, and I've been giving people heads up for years on this, just to let you know what could be right around the corner. And I don't want anybody's blood on my hands regarding that issue. I don't want anybody's blood on my hands, period. But I'm rather passionate about that issue as well, because I've spent so many years in this field, and literally went to school for 6 years straight. In order to be a chiropractor, and then I did all this extra training on the nutritional, because I didn't learn any of that stuff in chiropractic college. All that other stuff I know about nutrition, I've learned it all separately through seminars and stuff like that. So that was a whole other course in education that I did on top of the 6 years. So I mean, I've seen it work over and over again. Now, the Bible says in Proverbs 10:5, "He that gathereth in summer is a wise son, but he that sleepeth in harvest is the son that causeth shame." So what I'm saying about all this stuff is that if you have the ability to do it now, I would not put it off if I was you, regardless of what route you're going to end up going. And this isn't just about what I'm talking about here. This is talking about, provisions for the future, your water stores, your food stores, so something to think about. Proverbs, and then we go to Proverbs 10:2, "The treasures of wickedness profit nothing, but righteousness delivereth from death." So a righteous person living a righteous life is going to be a far higher, in God's eyes, a far higher demographic of surviving, because righteousness delivereth from death. And then the next verse, "The Lord will not suffer the soul of the righteous to famish." So that's another thing to think about. "And they that give to the poor will not be caught in the famine." There's verses regarding that as well. "But he that casteth away the substance, casteth away the substance of the wicked." So the Lord will not suffer the soul of the righteous to famish, but he, meaning the Lord, casteth away the substance of the wicked. So when this stuff goes down that we're moving into, I do believe you're going to see God move in a mighty way. And I also believe the people, the wicked out there that have lived wickedly, they're going to be in the worst situation you've ever seen. And they're also going to be more desperate and more dangerous as a result of that. So bear that in mind, especially if you have people on psychotropic meds that all of a sudden now they can't get their meds anymore. You know, you're going to have people that this goes on a lot of levels. You're going to have people that are not going to be able to get illegal drugs. They're not going to be able to get their, you know, whatever, their coke anymore, their meth or whatever. People that aren't going to be able to get their liquor. They're going to be in withdrawal. They're going to be really angry and potentially hungry. Then you got CERN cranking up, really stirring up the devils. So you can see it's a rosy picture I'm painting here. But I think it's an accurate depiction of what we're going to be facing. Draw nigh unto God, you know, as much as you can. Proverbs 10:29, the way of the Lord is strength to the upright, but destruction shall be to the workers of iniquity. The next verse, the righteous shall never be removed, but the wicked shall not inhabit the earth. See, the wicked think they're going to depopulate the earth, and they're going to live happily ever after with Satan as their big, good kumbaya buddy. But the reality is the wicked shall not inhabit the earth. They're not going to inherit the earth, and they're not going to inhabit it. They're going to inherit hell and then the lake of fire. But they're so demonically deluded. They think they're on the winning team. They think by doing wickedness, they're somehow, you know, doing some righteous work. Like Islam, when they go around and behead and rape all the Christians. They're doing this for Allah, as we talked about last week. They're doing Allah's, yeah, they are. They're doing the fallen angel, moon god, Allah's bidding, true. But all they're doing is storing up wrath and hell in the lake of fire. You know, but they're so deluded in their own mind, they think that they're you know, on the winning team. Going back to the report, it says Big Pharma only gets rich by people being sick. Absolutely. Why would they want to really, quote, heal us anyway? Well, it'd take away their recurring revenue and income stream. It would take away the control that they, you know, lord over people, the control mechanism that they have over the majority of the population. You got the people then that are on the food stamp system, or they're dependent on Medicare and Social Security. And I'm not coming down on people that are. It's just that there's a lot of different ways they could come at you in the near future to twist your arm and to dangle some satanic carrot out in front of you. According to the second video below from RTR Truth Media, real doctors in America are now being murdered by Big Pharma. Now, we're not even going to look at that because we've looked at that subject, you know. So yeah, they're actually started murdering the medical doctors primarily that were doing good alternative things and actually, you know, finding out natural ways to cure cancer and stuff like that. In the third video below, our videographer asked, and I've covered that in the last 2 or 3 studies if you want to reference that. In the third video below, our videographer asks for 6 minutes of our time so he can tell us exactly how Big Pharma is killing Americans. Is there any chance of escaping the madness that surrounds us? Head for the hills. I don't know. I mean, the Lord can hide you, though. The Lord can hide you even in the midst of this chaos. But the cities are going to be absolutely the worst places to be when this goes down. Clearly, if we want to really stay healthy, our best chance is to stay away from the hospitals and the pharmaceutical companies. We'll take our chances with natural alternatives provided by God. Yeah. Well, I've done it I mean, I can kind of say I put my money where my mouth is on that. I haven't seen an MD in any way, shape, or form in, I don't know, over 20 years at least. I mean, you kind of lose track. So, let's play this first report. Alabama Insurance Commissioner says there's a problem with Obamacare.
Alabama to find out why she cannot use this card, because that's where she was living and she's staying with me for a little while. She is out of her medicine.
Now this is a daughter talking about her mother, her elderly mother, and she's explaining this.
And we are trying to get her medicine. Yeah, does this sound familiar? Mm-hmm. So, we're trying to use her Blue Cross Blue Shield Affordable Act insurance, which I just found out. And when I called the insurance commissioner's office after we've looked at this lovely website over again, and she has called literally everybody to try to get help, doctor's offices who referred to this doctor's office, she called her insurance company who said they've never even heard of this before, but here's the card to prove it. So the insurance commissioner's office of Alabama said this was their solution for me. This is what they told me to do. And I'm not joking. And I am so mad right now I could scream. Do you know what they told me to do? They told me to call Obama. That was their answer when I asked them what I was supposed to do about this. Because she said she didn't have any answers. And I said, well, what should I do, ma'am? And she said, I don't know. Call Obama. Okay. I'm going to need all of you to share this video and view it. I'm sick of this. Are you guys not sick of this?
You're sick of it already? This is just the beginning of Obamacare. This is the beginning of this trap known as Obamacare. We've seen nothing yet as far as flagrant disregard for human life or this flippant attitude. When the system crashes, it's going to be so much infinitely more worse than this.
Why are we sitting down allowing our government to decide our health? It doesn't make any sense. Come on, get with me on this. Share this video. Write your congressmen. Write your governors. Call them. This is ridiculous, people.
But again, ultimately, is that really what's going to fix the problem? Oh, I need to have more meds. I need to have free access. Don't unfetter everything for me. No, because you cannot drug your body into good health from big pharma and their pharmacia pharmaceuticals. So ultimately, still, this lady is not in the right, if you ask me, she's not in the right mindset, ultimately. It's not going to ultimately be the solution that we need.
They are wanting us to be sick for a reason, and we have got to stop it now. Thank you. I am Tessa Stanton in Garner, North Carolina, and I'm going to get answers.
They want us to be sick now, but the meds make you sick. The meds cause toxicity. The meds all have side effects, which you have to take more meds to counteract those side effects. Her mom might be on 20 different things, and half of them might be because of the side effects created from the other drugs. Massive liver toxicity, which then they cover up the symptomatology until you actually become a surgical candidate, which is all by design. So see, I'm not... I'm in a totally different mindset, but I think you understand the point. If we're having this much trouble now with this problem, can you imagine what it's going to be like when the system collapses? Here's the next video.
War is always upon us. It's always around the corner. However, this war isn't external. It is coming from within. I will show you why the U.S. empire is falling. And no bombs need to be dropped here. A glut of antidepressants. 1 in 10 Americans now takes an antidepressant medication. Among women in their 40s and 50s, the figure is 1 in 4. I'm going to go through just a few of these type of statistics. I'll just give you those. You can research it and look into it deeper if you choose to do so. So stay with me on this. The United States, with less than 5% of the world's population, buys more than 50% of its prescription drugs. And what I want to get to you with this is basically showing how can a government, a people, the citizens succeed when 50% of the people require prescription drugs to continue on to thrive.
But you're not thriving, You're on pharmakia, which is the root word for sorcery in the Bible, which is where we derive the word pharmaceuticals from. And I'll give you my whole study, my 6-part study I've done on the subject. The United States, with less than 5% of the world's population, buys more than 50% of its prescription drugs. Why? Because we're so healthy? Or is it because we've been steered and manipulated into this all by design, knowing that when they do collapse the system, knowing that the main target for the New World Order, the last domino to fall, is the United States, it's particularly the middle class, holding back the New World Order? Okay? I think this has all been done for decades, set up this way by design. 5% of the population of the world consumes 50% of its drugs. That is an abomination.
This is out of the JAMA, the Journal of American Medical Association, talking about that they found that with previous generations of heroin users, the recent generation is more likely to be older, to be white, to live in non-urban areas, and most importantly, to have previously abused prescription painkillers. This is a huge scourge, a huge real weight on the back of the Americans.
Yeah, you know how many people are addicted to painkillers in America? Oh, they get an injury. They have this, they have that. They have, let's say they have some joint degeneration. They get into a car accident. They don't get any chiropractic care. So they heal, but they heal out of position. Their bones are out of place. They don't get realigned. Well, what happens if you drive your car and the car's out of alignment? Well, things start to degenerate in the car at an accelerated rate. Okay? That's exactly what happens when you get into an accident or you have a trauma, particularly an auto accident. You have vehicles that weigh thousands of pounds colliding. The force of that ends up going through your body. You heal, but you heal out of position. What is their solution? Take the painkillers. Okay, but hold on. That would be like, okay, if I'm driving down the road and the oil light to my car comes on, and I say, I'm going to fix that. And you take a black magic marker and you blacken out the oil light so you can't see it anymore. That's what taking drugs is like for pain, over and over and over again. You're not fixing the problem. You're letting the underlying problem actually fester. Your body is giving you the pain response for a reason, because there's something wrong. Okay? It's probably because the spine's out of alignment, or maybe a joint's out of alignment. Okay, that's why I think if you go to a chiropractor, try to find one that can do extremity adjusting as well. I learned extremity adjusting before I ever even learned how to adjust the spine. Because you can get all the joints in the body out of alignment, not just your spine. They heal out of position. The pain continues, or maybe they even lets up, but then they get it there. In the process of this, they're addicted to painkillers on the way. The painkillers mask the symptoms. Not only are they getting more addicted to the painkillers, but it's masking the symptoms, allowing the underlying problem to fester, get worse, and degenerate until maybe you have bone on bone, like in a vertebral area, when you've got such compression on the nerve. Now you're a surgical candidate. Or maybe you ruptured your disc. Here's another thing. You rupture your disc from a car accident. You take painkillers. Hey, pain's gone. Yeah, you have a ruptured disc. Or let's say it's borderline rupture. Okay? Your disc is like a jelly donut. Okay, each disc, there's 24, there are all of these discs between the vertebra and the spine. Okay, 24 vertebra, all these discs in between the vertebra, other than the first and second one. First and second cervical vertebra. Think of the disc like a jelly donut. You get into an accident, let's say you do a little bit of damage to the disc itself. Okay? And let's say you do a little bit of damage to that layer where the jelly is being held in. Okay, the annulus is what it's called. But you haven't ruptured it yet. But you could if you don't be careful. Well, you take the painkiller, you have a false sense of security, you go out to pick up your paper in the morning because you're on these meds, and then you full-blown rupture it. All by design. It's what the painkillers are designed to do, to give you a false sense of security, so you will push yourself, because your body's trying to give you pain for a reason, saying, don't mess with this. Let this heal. And I need particular nutrients in order for it to heal, like a good glucosamine or chondroitin combination. I need the manganese in order for my joints and this to heal. All my ligaments and tendons are stretched out from the auto accident. Give them some manganese. That's what I did with my patients. I had hundreds of patients I hardly ever saw because they held their adjustments. They didn't need to come see me all the time. That would devastate the chiropractic industry if they all started using manganese across the board with their patients. They'd probably have 80% less visits walking through the door because people would be holding their adjustments in place. So you get them on the painkillers. They get addicted to that. The underlying problem festers. It worsens. All by design. Now they become a surgical candidate. Now they get into the harder stuff like heroin. And who is it coming? It's rising in whites in suburban areas, a demographic that was never affected by heroin abuse that much before. But hey, you get them on the OxyContin, which was originally developed as an end-stage cancer drug, and now they just give it out like candy. I know. I used to treat auto accidents. That's what I did at the end. I worked with an MD who would prescribe this garbage. It wasn't me doing it. And he wasn't prescribing it to everybody. But on the worst cases, he would. I worked with neurologists and neurosurgeons and the whole 9 yards. And I did as much as I could do. I would give them manganese for free on the side, saying, here, take this. I wouldn't even charge them. Just want to see them get better. But the medical profession's working against me when I'm trying to do that. Because what they're doing is giving them a false sense of security. It's getting them addicted to some painkiller a lot of the time. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. So now you have a whole other generation of heroin users to be older, to be white, to live in non-urban areas, and had previously abused prescription painkillers. Satan opens the door with the prescription painkillers, and it gets progressively worse.
Let's look at this right here. Americans' twin drug epidemics, one illegal, the other illegal. Well over 70 million Americans are using mind-altering drugs. And that number doesn't include abusers of alcohol, which adds an additional 60 million Americans. So really, we're looking at 130 million strung out Americans. How exactly can the people succeed? Can we get out of this rut that we're in with a real recession going on when you have nearly half the population on some sort of drug? This is not looking pretty for the future. Nearly 7 in 10 Americans take prescription drugs. That's according to the Mayo Clinic here. Nearly 70% of Americans
70% of Americans are on meds? Can you see how big this problem is going to be, just this one by itself, in a economic collapse scenario? Just by itself. It's going to be off the scale. 70%
are on at least one prescription drug, and more than half take 2. And if you go in further, it says antibiotics, antidepressants, and pain-killing opiates are the most commonly prescribed. 20% of patients are on 5 or more prescription medications. This is a very sick population, unfortunately, and they require big pharma to go on with their lives. In my book, I read about my free ebook, I should say, I wrote about this, the revolving door of big pharma. Individuals in the pharmaceutical industry, also known as big pharma, and the government are interchangeably moved like pawns in chess. This is the revolving door. Take a look at this first stat I said. The former head of the CDC became the president of the Merck vaccine division. And then it goes on to talk about the director of the FDA antibiotic division received $287,000 for nothing. And then, I go on and on. You can read it for yourself if you'd like to do so. It's always the links in the description below. Take a look for it, for them, for yourselves, whatever you're interested in. I have free ebooks for you to take a look at and share. Let's go on quickly. New York is a hub in a surging heroin trade. The flood of heroin coming into and going out of New York City has surged to the highest levels in more than 2 decades. And what I want to talk about with this is basically the disparity that is growing. You see homes in Manhattan going for record prices, millions upon millions of dollars going right now. The homes there are at all-time highs. You have very, very lows in things like this with a surging heroin trade.
So, New York City, basically, New York City has surged to the highest levels as more than 2 decades in the flood of heroin coming in. I mean, and trust me, my little experience with New York City recently and the level of evil that I felt just passing through the outskirts of that hellish place, that doesn't surprise me one bit.
Taking place. A great divide is occurring, a chasm in between the rich and the poor. And if I go into this here, 22 military veterans commit suicide every single day, a growing epidemic. And they are often being prescribed these big pharma drugs to get over their PTSD. And that connects in with this. Leading cause of unintentional and intentional injury, mortality. This is the statistics here. They did a study finding now that suicide is actually rating higher than most, in fact, the highest of this type of injury here. Injury death is what they call it. And that is something very, very dramatic. And these statistics here are growing. That's what's scary about this. This is out of the Washington Times talking about fathers disappear from households across America. And this is some amazing stats if you haven't read these for yourself, but 15 million American children, or 1 in 3, live without a father, and nearly 5 million lived without a mother. This is extremely huge when you think about the repercussions of this in the next generation, the following generation, who's supposed to be there to get us out of the generation we're currently in, where we obviously see no real good future in many ways economically, and now we have this type of statistics that I'm bringing to you here at the Money GPS. Now, I don't always like to get into the financial side because you have stats like this that are so important that we need to look at the wider picture, the geopolitical picture, the political. We need to look at big pharma. We need to look at all these other things that others don't get into. So I hope you like this information, and if you do, if you found it informative.
Okay, so that was rather. I mean, he did a really good job at condensing a lot of information there. America's a train wreck that's going off the cliff. And there's really, we're not going to have you're not going to have mass revival in America. There's no Bible for it. And all of this is being done by design. It's been set up for a very, very long time to get us to that point where they're careening off a cliff. And there's going to be pockets of people that have foresaw this evil and taken measures ahead of time in order to brace themselves, in order to prepare for what is coming. And there's going to be people that have relied on the Lord, and I believe God can see them through. But really, dark days ahead, as far as I can see. Now, I've done a whole 6-part teaching. I've covered the subject many times, but I've done one dedicated teaching. It's called Pharmakia, Sorcery, Pharmaceuticals, and the Roots of the Modern Day Drug Industry. It's 6 parts. I put it here in the PDF, and I put it in green so you can identify it really quick, or you can just key in sorcery. You could probably find it if you search my website. And if you want to, because there's a lot of things I didn't go into depth on that I did in that particular study. And then just some pictures from this report that I posted into the PDF. Big bucks, big pharma, marketing disease and pushing drugs. And then rogue agencies all lobbying and bidding on who will kill you and profit from it at Congress. And it shows a picture of Congress. Because they're all bought and paid for, and this is why we've got Republican control of the House and Senate, and nothing changes. It only gets worse because they're all bought and paid for, regardless of if they're Republican or Democrat. And here's one where it shows the guy, I think Morpheus from the Matrix, or that one guy. He says, "What if I told you there are multiple cures for cancer, but they're suppressed since cancer is worth $160 billion a year?" Absolutely. And not only is it killing people, but it's, pilfering them of all their money, and so this is just the state we find ourselves in. Okay, so let's continue to our next report. It's entitled "Battle for Humanity Nearly Lost: The Global food supply is deliberately being engineered to end life and not nourish it. And this all ties in with the information that we just covered as well. After having now analyzed, this is from Mike Adams at naturalnews.com. After having now analyzed over 1,000 foods, superfoods, vitamins, junk foods, and popular beverages for heavy metals and other substances at the Natural News Forensic Food Labs, they've got their own forensic food lab, which I think is great. I don't know anybody else doing this. I have arrived at the conclusion, so alarming and urgent that it can only be stated bluntly. Based on what I'm seeing via atomic spectrography analysis of all the dietary substances people are consuming on a nearly daily basis, I must now announce that the substances people are consuming on a daily basis, that the battle for humanity is nearly lost. The food supply appears to be intentionally designed to end human life rather than nourish it. So these are the same people giving you the meds. These are the same ones behind the medications. They create a sick population with the garbage food, which then opens you up to be a candidate for being on meds for the rest of your life and surgery and then death. It's all a progression. It's all by design. It's all done on purpose. My lab has uncovered scientific proof that substances are intentionally formulated into the dietary products to drive consumers mentally insane while causing widespread infertility, organ damage, and a loss of any ability to engage in a rational, conscious state of thinking. These toxic substances are being found across the entire food supply, including in conventional foods and even some organic foods and, quote, natural products in dietary supplements. This goes far beyond the mere contamination of foods with heavy metals in a subject which is grave all by itself. Rather, this is about the intentional formulation of toxic substances into products consumed by the masses on a regular basis. The result is what you see unfolding right now in front of you. Mass insanity, incredible escalations of criminality among political operatives, clinical insanity among increasing number of the populace, which they're medicated for, widespread infertility in young couples, skyrocketing rates of kidney failure in dialysis patients. And let me tell you something, if you get to the point where you're on dialysis, it's a death sentence. You don't ever see anybody coming out of dialysis saying, yeah, I've been off dialysis for 10 years. And no, it's a death sentence. Once you're on the dialysis machine, it's the ultimate form of, in a way, medication, because it's literally doing something your body should be doing. And if you give yourself that, your kidneys will even further shut down because they're not forced to have to do the job. Now, I understand, if it's your last alternative, okay, fine. But, I just, there's all kind of stuff you can do for the kidneys on a natural basis to nourish them, to bring them back to life. There's natural diuretics that you can take instead of like Lasix or whatever. And the one I use from Standard Process is Arena Food is my base product for an all-over kidney nutritional supplement. And then if somebody is having problems with their fluid balance, I give them a product called Water Balance, which is more of an herbal, diuretic. But the Arena Food is the product that would actually nourish the kidneys back to life. So let's go further here. Trying to see where I left off here. Okay. So skyrocketing rates of kidney failure in dialysis patients, plus a near total loss of rational thinking among the voting masses. The effects of this are devastating to the human civilization. The collapse of a capable workforce, the rise of the masses dependent on government for survival, the collapse of free democracies due to the cognitive, meaning thinking process, cognitive retardation of the voting masses, an exploding prison population, and the rise of the for-profit corporate prison systems, and even the near-complete collapse of any ability of the news-consuming public to parse and comprehend even the most basic information, such as national debt figures. The long-term effects of this widespread food poisoning phenomenon will be the utter downfall of modern human civilization, for numerous reasons ranging from economic non-sustainability to environmental destruction and the global rise of political violence we are seeing now at the time of the writing in Kiev. As more and more lab results have been documented here at Natural News, Forensic Food Lab, it has become increasingly apparent to me that humanity cannot survive the mass engineered poisoning of the food supply. You are, of course, being expertly distracted from all this with Powerball jackpots, tabloid celebrity news, stage political drama, and, of course, the all-time favorite distraction of the crumbling empire, violent sports. What I've published so far just barely scratches the surface of what we are finding. Here's an overview of some of the incredibly shocking findings that we have now documented. The now infamous yoga mat chemical used in Subway in their breads is also, which was removed from Subway, but that's just one of many, is also widely used across the fast food industry. McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, Wendy's, Arby's, and many other restaurants also use the chemical azodicarbonamide, which is linked to cancer. I guess this yoga mat chemical. Importantly, this is not a contaminant. This is an ingredient which is intentionally added to the recipes in order for the chemical to be consumed by the masses. They're all trying to kill you. There's no logical reason why the chemicals like this need to be added to recipes of fast food breads and buns. The chemical serves no necessary functional or nutritive processes or purposes. It seems solely to exist for the purpose of delivering the poison chemical to hundreds of millions of consumers by blending it into popular fast foods. The sandwiches in which this chemical are found are merely delivery mechanisms for the toxic substances that harm human biology. Well, what could you say that could be termed as? Premeditated murder. Long, slow, drawn out, premeditated murder. Just like I said the other day when I was at that Planned Parenthood thing. You want to engage into an argument with me? The women going in there are engaging in premeditated murder. No matter how you want to spin it, no matter how you want to say that it's not a child or it's a glob of tissue or whatever. You know what, ma'am? Because I was dealing with all women. Are you glad your mother didn't abort you? When was it that you became a human? Was it when you came out of your mother? God knows us before we're formed in the womb. The Bible's very clear on that. This is just premeditated murder, but using food to do it. Many mainstream and popular vitamin brands are also intentionally spiked with high levels of copper that have taken on a daily, and this is an inorganic copper they're referring to, not a organic food-based copper. They will cause mental insanity and psychosis. Like I've said before, the Centrum Silver and the Geritol and the whatever one a day is, the huge problem they had with them before is because they would pass right through somebody and create these mountains of vitamin piles and porta potties which had these screening devices. Whereas now they're using like liquid gels and stuff like that, I think more so, and I think that they're actually getting delivery of the poisonous, toxic, synthetic vitamins into the system. Some of these vitamin brands are routinely advertised on television to the mainstream masses, encouraging them to consume the vitamins, many of which are manufactured by companies owned in full or part by pharmaceutical interests. So you think they're really going to give you something on a Geritol one a day, or one of these one a day vitamins that are going to be good for you when they're owned by pharmaceutical companies. A popular dietary herb designed to improve brain performance actually contains very high levels of lead in most products we tested, which were sourced from China. If it's from China, especially if you're putting it into your body and it's from China, you better really do your homework on that one. Lead is a toxic heavy metal that damages brain function. In this way, people who are suffering from early dementia or Alzheimer's are actually accelerated toward brain destruction via certain herbal supplements which appear to be designed to deliver toxic heavy metals to the brain. It was truly shocking to me to discover that brain herbs contain so much lead that they contribute to brain damage. At the same time, we found that the very same brain, quote, brain herb, I'm about out of time here, when grown in the USA, contains virtually no heavy metals. This is proof that the herb does not naturally absorb heavy metals as if by magic. Interestingly, the highest levels of brain-damaging metals are consistently found in herbs imported from China. Again, China wants to kill us anyway. I'm openly asking the question, and what's the biggest company that Walmart gives us, is goods from China? I'm openly asking the question, is there a covert heavy metals war being waged against America by China? After all, poisoning the population with heavy metals is a very effective way to collapse a nation by destroying the sanity and health of its people. This is a thing that contributed to the downfall of the Roman Empire. He says more on this topic later. I'm going to go ahead and end part 2 here because I'm about out of time for this part, and we will go to part 3 next. God bless you. We'd like to welcome you back to part 3 of our current event and weekly Bible study for August 30th, 2015. And I hate to do it the way I'm doing it, but I'm starting in the middle of a topic like I did the last part. I normally don't ever do that, but once you get so far into a subject, you can't really do anything about it. So, picking up where we left off, popular children's vitamins sold in nearly every grocery store and pharmacy across America are especially formulated to be incredibly toxic to developing neurology. They're vaccinating your children to the gills with their 50-some vaccines, all moving up to 163 if they have their way, or over 150. You name it, they're trying to kill the children and the adults. So, popular children's vitamins sold in nearly every grocery store and pharmacy across America are specially formulated to be incredibly toxic to developing neurology. The number of synthetic toxic chemicals added to nearly every popular brand of children's vitamins is truly staggering, and many of them seem to be selected for their ability to target and disrupt neurological function. Called from a purely scientific point of view, these, quote, vitamins would honestly have to be called poison pills. Flintstone chewables, and all of the other garbage they have out there, yes, them. Yet parents are encouraged to feed them to their children every single day as part of the modern-day health ritual that actually causes long-term harm. At our atomic spectrography lab, we have confirmed trace levels of aluminum in regular atmospheric air, confirming the fact that all agricultural soils are being inundated with aluminum, which is literally falling out of the skies via the chemtrails. So this is not merely aluminum in our laboratory air, as many labs contain aluminum floors or furniture, causing an unusually high level of aluminum concentration in laboratory air. Rather, parts per billion concentrations of aluminum have been measured in regular atmospheric air sampled, far from any building or laboratory. The result of this phenomenon is that aluminum levels are rising in nearly all soil-grown crops, which is everyday food, which is where everyday food is derived. While aluminum is far less harmful than lead, cadmium, or mercury, the repeated accumulation of aluminum is believed to be tied to degenerative brain disorders across the population, and it is. It's one of the main factors in Alzheimer's. Then also, now you have genetically modified corn is engineered to grow a deadly toxin inside each and every grain of corn. This deadly toxin is then consumed by all people who unknowingly eat genetically engineered crops via breakfast cereals, corn tortillas, corn snack chips, etc. This mass poisoning of the population is clearly intentional, and it is deliberately engineered into the crops which are grown for the sole purpose of human and animal consumption. The mass poisoning is not accidental. In other words, in fact, the technology is promoted under the justification that it will, quote, feed the world. Indeed, it will feed the world, but it's feeding the world poison. As you can see by these examples, food has become a weapon against humanity. It is the new vector for stealth world war against humankind, a war which is being quietly waged right this very moment with weapons you would probably find in your own pantry. Out of World War II and the Nazi era came IG Farben, which I get a lot into them in the Pharmacia teaching I cited, that I give you the links for here in the PDF for this teaching. Out of World War II, in the Nazi era, came IG Farben, the chemical pharma conglomerate, which was later split into three companies. One of which is now Bayer, as we have Bayer aspirin. One of them is TDK, and then BASF. Those are the three companies that split into. Bayer is the same company that makes children's aspirin and various other chemical used throughout the food supply. Just check your history. This is factual and true. We reported on Bayer. They're totally wicked and evil to the core. World War III appeared. I mean, IG Farben was the main monetary backing behind Hitler. Without IG Farben, Hitler doesn't exist. He doesn't get to power at all. They were the ones that made it happen. They were the ones that manufactured the nerve gas used at Auschwitz and this type of stuff as well. So, they're good people. Good people, IG Farben. There's a special place in hell for all their the people that have headed that wicked, evil conglomeration of people. Then it split off, after World War II in order to, make things more palatable. Toxic ingredients like sodium nitrate and aspartame are formulated to work at a subacute level so they don't cause people to drop dead right away, just like vaccines. Instead, they cause the chronic long-term degenerative collapse of the body and mind, leaving behind a wake of global cancer, kidney failure, extreme mental disorders, including psychosis. This damage to the body and mind, in turn, destroys economies, education systems, scientific advancement, free democracies, and even cultural integrity. What the United States Air Force did to Dresden in World War II via high-elevation bombing runs, the global chemical and food conglomerates are now doing to the world populations through the drive-through window. But there are no bombs dropping out of the sky, and there are no firestorms lighting up the cityscape at night. Instead, the silent, ignorant masses are simply marched to their deaths, one meal at a time, eating their way to their grave. Almost like a cargo train full of useless eaters clicking and clacking its way to Auschwitz. On the way to their own deaths, of course, they pay the mandatory tolls to the pharmaceutical giants, the hospitals, the cancer clinics, the doctors, and the health insurance mandates, much like victims of the Nazi genocide had to have their gold fillings pulled out of their mouths before they were gassed to death. Today's mainstream consumers are emptied of their bank accounts, assets, and insurance policies before finally then being discarded by the system. It's exactly confirming what we just covered in the last teaching, except this is going into much greater detail. There are tremendous profits to be made, you see. From first poisoning the masses to then treating them, quote, treating them for the side effects of that poisoning. This racket is so massive and so deeply entrenched and embedded into our greed-driven culture that very few people even recognize it's even happening to them. But make no mistake, you're not valued by the system for your humanity, your spirit, your innovation, your imagination. You're only valued for your tax base at first, and then ultimately your disease management profits, which you're into the medical system at that point, which enrich global corporations while you are poked, prodded, dosed, and irritated, and drugged to death, while the hospital racks up page after page of medical procedure billing codes, which will be covered by Medicare or Obamacare if you're lucky, basically. Sounds too grim to be true? Let's look at some of the solutions on the positive side. And it's all true, what he just said. The way out of this is to grow your own food, or at least buy as much as you can from local farmers. Any food acquired through mainstream corporate sources is likely to be intentionally engineered, laced, and packaged with incredibly toxic poisons ranging from heavy metals to hormone-disrupting packaging containers. And I also don't promote Whole Foods either, because they're evil. They're wicked. They support Planned Parenthood. They were just out in front. I just put this email out how they were banning people from people being out in front trying to get this forced vaccination thing overturned, trying to get petitions for it. Well, they were banning them from out in front of their stores. So what does that tell you? Whole Foods is wicked. They're evil. Okay, they are with the globalists. They have a lot of contaminated GMO stuff there that they're not disclosing. They're no good. They're no good. So I wouldn't do any business with them. Go to local, and I don't mean chains, but local health food stores and things of this nature um, are the best way to go. Local farmers markets and things of this nature, and growing your own as well. So going further, let's see here. Any food that is acquired through mainstream corporate sources is likely to be intentionally engineered, laced, or packaged with incredibly toxic poisons, ranging from heavy metals to hormone-disrupting packaging containers, the plastic. But food grown by honest farmers provide genuine nourishment, not death. In fact, the future of human civilization almost certainly belongs exclusively to those who either grow their own food or make arrangements for others to grow it for them. The factory-made food consumed by the masses is quite truly a poison delivery system that has no purpose other than mass disease, death, and profit. If you wish to avoid being a victim of this system, you must avoid its products. Stop buying packaged processed foods. Utterly avoid all processed meats containing sodium nitrate, including bacon, hot dogs, sausage, ham, deli meats, pepperoni pizza, and even beef jerky. Now, granted, there are organic. They're going to be expensive, but there are organic alternatives on these as well. Stop drinking all diet soda. Obviously, aspartame is toxic to biologies. Now they've got the, you got the aspartame, but you've got the sucralose now, and aspartame potassium, which is also terrible. All that's garbage. Remember, all of these are poison packaging systems to get your taste buds totally spoiled and ruined because of all the MSG or MSG-like excitotoxins in those things. They get you addicted to this stuff. They're addicted because they're like drugs as well. And when you consume natural foods, it doesn't have near the the spike or the bang that these other devil foods have. So your taste buds get totally spoiled, and that's what you become addicted to. Be skeptical of natural products which are heavily processed and refined in some way. Ask about countries of origin. Check heavy metal lab results to stay informed. He's got a whole website on this. I'll give you the link here for it. Stop buying superfoods and supplements made from China, the world's most polluted food producer. The U.S. natural products industry has practically been taken over by China in the last decade. I mean, like the stuff that the two main product lines that I use, it's all whole foods grown in the United States, like organic foods. Standard Process has its own 1,000-acre ranch in Palmyra, Wisconsin, and they process all their supplements. All the ingredients, the majority of the ingredients in the supplements are all processed literally in their own organic low-till farms. All of it's grown on site around their plant. So that's what you want to be putting into your body. Stuff like that. Food like that. So much of what you think is safe and organic is potentially polluted, heavily polluted, either accidentally or deliberately in mainland China. A modern young man growing up today in America and living on processed foods is little more than a shadow of the strong, vibrant young men who worked these farms just 3 generations ago. The vast majority of today's generation of youth is pathetic, weak, academically inept, and heavily pampered with their video game consoles, Ritalin drugs, and air-conditioned schools with watered-down curriculum. They've been dumbed down, stripped of nutrients, and medicated to the point where they're literal zombies now walk among us. Now, I'm not making this blanket statement about all my listeners, but I'm saying that overall, if you look at the average swath of the average American citizen, this is true. In fact, the people all around you are over-medicated, overfed, and at the same time wildly malnourished. Their brains and bodies are heavily contaminated with destructive chemicals, heavy metals, and synthetic materials. It's a wonder, half humanity's not all dead with all this stuff. They have lost nearly all high cognitive functions and now survive on lower brainstem function, which explains the radical rise in sex crimes, which we've seen an explosion of that, behavioral addiction, substance abuse, and violent crime across society. In a very real sense, the daily consumption of processed foods has now become a slow ritual of slow suicide, mindlessly repeated everywhere, that factory foods have invaded the once sane societies. While Republicans and Democrats while Republicans blame Democrats and Democrats blame Republicans, the truth is they are all being systematically poisoned and thereby driven to precisely the kind of insanity we see played out across newspaper headlines and news broadcasts. Look at my newsletters. All the insanity. It is total insanity. Demonic, absolutely demonic inspired, demonic infestation insanity. We are past the age of reason in the modern Western world. Now, he doesn't, obviously, Mike Adams, he's not saved. He doesn't look on it like, it's a lack of the Lord Jesus Christ in our society and save Christians. But he's bringing up some good points, though, at the same time. We are far past the age of reason in the modern Western world. We will not survive the stealth war that releases weapons of mass destruction with each tempting bite of seductive food that's engineered for death instead of life. This is far beyond any single issue of labeling GMOs or buying organic or testing foods for heavy metals. This is about how human civilization is being brought to our knees by one of the most insidious stealth weapons ever experienced in our collective history, which is processed foods, laced with toxic substances. Heed these words, or you too shall die, victim of this insidious and deliberate war against life and health and sanity. So that was an incredibly brutal but important report on this subject that we're talking about here. The next report, White House admits staging fake vaccination operation to gather DNA from the public. So this is another angle on this DNA vaccination ploy. The White House has officially admitted that fake vaccination programs have been used by the United States as a cover for covertly stealing DNA samples from the public as part of the so-called War on Terror. The aim of the scheme carried out in the Middle East was to use DNA analysis to identify suspected terrorists who would be then targeted to be killed by the United States. As the New York Times reported in 2011, in the months before Osama bin Laden was supposedly killed, now again, see Osama bin Laden death hoax. Here's a link, a film looking at the bin Laden's 2011 death hoax and the evidence to suggest he actually died back in 2001. Okay, so again, it's just pretty much everything we're fed on in the news is a lie. Anyway, I give you a link to this. I'm not going to get into it any further, but the Central Intelligence Agency ran a phony vaccination program in Abbottabad, Pakistan, as a ruse to obtain DNA evidence from members of the bin Laden family thought to be holed up in an expansive compound there. This first scheme was actually not unveiled until 2011. This is the first time in history that the U.S. government has been forced to admit using a public health activity to secretly and illegally harvest DNA from the public in an attempt to assassinate one individual. That was the supposed reason. How exactly could a vaccination program harvest DNA from people? It's simple. It's really a simple matter. As The Guardian explains, nurses could have been trained to withdraw some blood into the needle after they administer the drug. That'd be pretty simple. Now the White House says it will no longer use the fake vaccination campaigns as a tactic on the war on terror. And the people of the world are supposed to automatically trust this promise, even though it comes from the same exact regime that ran the deceptive vaccination operation in the first place. So see, here's a whole other angle that I had never even really thought of about this, gathering DNA now with vaccinations. But now the backlash against the fake immunization scheme has the U.S. officials in the panic. They realize they've discredited. But again, this was all buried. It's not like it matters anymore. They just bury the reports now. They just act like they don't exist, downplay them, or discredit them based on no facts at all. They now realize they've discredited all trust in Western vaccines. After all, if the White House now admits to using fake vaccination ops to covertly gather DNA evidence, what's to stop the U.S. from using a fake vaccination program to accomplish other nefarious things, like injecting people with stealth cancer viruses, which they've been doing that all the way back from the polio vaccines in the 60s. Okay, the simian monkey virus, which was in there, polio virus, which is like a ticking time bomb for cancer virus. And then he goes on to say, oops, that already happened. It happened right here in the United States, in fact, when 98 million Americans, 98 million, I'm one of them, were found to have been injected with the polio vaccines contaminated with the cancer-causing SV40 viruses in order to make sure no one learned about this deadly vaccine snafu. The CDC quietly removed all accounts of this history from its website. So see, they've been trying to kill us off for years. The slow genocide. You know, they were putting cancer viruses in the polio vaccines back in the 60s and probably into the 50s. So it's crystal clear that vaccines have already been used as a weapon of war by the United States. So could the same DNA harvesting be conducted on U.S. soil and aimed at Americans that we talked about above? Of course it could. It already is. Of the smallest and most helpless among us. Let me see. Okay, so I just checked this video as I suspected because I've had this report ready to go for a long time, and CNN took the video down. So they don't want this information to get out. It was a video about this subject. Anyway, to find out how long your baby's DNA has been stored, see the state-by-state list, there's a list here, where they've been storing DNA for, decades. Genetic testing for newborns started in the 1960s. With testing for diseases, scientists have heralded this enormous collection of DNA samples as a, quote, gold mine for doing research. The sample population would be virtually impossible to get otherwise, says Gaviglio, a genetic counselor for the Minnesota Department of Health. Okay, then it goes on to say, what can parents do? In some states, including Minnesota and Texas, the states are required to destroy a baby's DNA sample if the parent requests it. Like, I would trust that. Parents who want their baby's DNA destroyed are asked to fill out this form from Minnesota and this form from Texas. There's links here. But again, do you really think they're really going to... Oh, we destroyed it after we made you go through all these hoops. Yeah, we really stored it or destroyed it. Really? I don't believe it. Parents in other states have less recourse, says Thuril, who runs the genetic testing group. You'd probably have to write a letter to the state saying, please destroy my sample. He adds, however, it's not clear whether a state would necessarily obey your wishes. I suspect it would be very difficult to get those states to destroy your baby's sample, he says. And then I have a comment here. For much more proactive information on the subject, watch, and it's called Globalist Proclaim Right to Newborns, Newborns Blood for Database. So it's a link here you can click on. It's a website and a YouTube link you can click on if you want to know more about this. Them gathering your child's DNA in their databases, basically at birth. So now back to the main report. What better way to get millions of people to line up and voluntarily give up DNA samples than to create, via biological agents, chemtrails, vaccines, etc., a, quote, pandemic, and offer a, quote, life-saving treatment in the form of a vaccine. And I've said for years, this is what I believe is coming. You're going to have your eventual pandemic, going back to the 2006 bird flu hysteria, avian bird flu, H5N1, which I did a 14-city tour on regarding that subject. And you've had your similar pandemics about every year, probably due for one this year. Now, one of these days it's going to go hot. It's going to go live, for sure. Because they are going to play this card eventually. And I just think they're waiting for the right satanic time to do it. Most of the masses have already been trained to accept any or all injections the government wants them to endorse. So as long as the DNA harvesting campaign is framed in the language of public health, resistance will most likely be low, unless people are educated on this information. Americans are still being vaccinated against polio, even though there hasn't been a single case of polio in the USA for 35 years. And here's a statistic regarding polio, chart here. Number of Americans harmed or killed each year by different causes. 98,000 trampolines. 80,000 Tylenol. These are the number harmed or killed each year. I almost killed myself on a trampoline once, very close to dying on it. And it was the grace of God. Anyway, 98,000 trampolines, 80,000 Tylenol, 25,000 auto accidents, 3,880 pool drownings. Polio, zero. Zero cases of people dying from polio in the United States. There hasn't been a reported case of polio in the United States since 1979. Polio is not a global pandemic. But again, they create these unbelievable this thing that happened with the Walt Disney thing and the measles thing. The only people that were contracting measles were the ones that were already vaccinated. And particularly if you're vaccinated the first month, you're at the highest risk of spreading it through viral shedding. Okay, but they blame it on the unvaccinated when they had nothing to do with any of it, and it's only the only reason there's even any measles left is because of the vaccines, most likely. And measles is a normal childhood malady that you can go through and not die from. Okay, it's not like this, anyway, I've done, just key in measles in the keyword search box. I've done several teachings exposing that lie from the pit of hell. So, Americans are still being vaccinated against polio, even though there hasn't been a single case of polio in the USA for 35 years, to help make sure more people get injected with the medically unnecessary polio vaccines. The WHO, or the World Health Organization, recently fabricated a hysterical tabloid-style global health emergency that, here's a link to it if you want to see it, that inferred we would all die miserable, horrific deaths if we weren't immediately rushed out to get injected with more polio vaccines. And remember, the people behind this are just absolute, total satanic Luciferians. I mean, I'm sure they have your best interests at heart. I mean, come on. Why wouldn't they? 5 amazing uses for vaccines, as proven by recent history. Vaccines do have their uses ultimately. They're really great at 5 things. Number 1, administering mercury to the population, which is highly neurotoxic, and it's so toxic there's no measurable lower dosage that's acceptable. That's how bad mercury is. 2, covertly harvesting DNA from the public. These are the 5 things that vaccines do wonderfully. 3, providing a cover story for CIA operations. 4, injecting millions of people with stealth cancer viruses. 5, training the populace to practice medical obedience. And that's his opinion on the 5. But vaccines are really, really terrible at doing the one thing they claim to all be about, which is preventing infectious disease. They create it. They do not prevent it. It turns out the best defenses against infectious diseases are excellent nutrient intake from a wide variety of fresh plants, good public hygiene and public sanitation systems, which is why we had the massive decrease. The main reason we had the massive decrease in a lot of the diseases people would get vaccinated for, like typhus and those types of things, was because of the sanitation practices, the public sanitation practices and hygiene practices that were implemented into the 20s and 30s. That was when you saw the massive, but they blamed it on the vaccines. Oh, it's the vaccines that did all of this, which is a statistical lie. I mean, it's a total lie that they just piggybacked and took credit for regarding vaccinations. So here's what you need to prevent infectious diseases, and I've already mentioned a couple. Then healthy levels of vitamin C and vitamin D3 across the population. Okay, and again, to that I would add, don't take synthetic vitamin C or synthetic D3, which is going to be the vast majority of what you're going to get in health foods. Now, I have seen other non-synthetic vitamin C's and D3s every once in a while in health food stores. I can't vouch for the quality, but it's good that a lot of these companies are catching on, regarding that. And then regular hand washing by medical staff and patients, deliberate exposure to friendly microbes in soils. Yes, that has a lot to do with your own immune system. That has a lot to do with like probiotics in your intestinal tract as well. And then avoidance of exposure to immunosuppressive substances such as tobacco, smoke, and heavy metals. I also would say, well, yeah, those would be the really good. If you'd really like to learn the historical truth about vaccines versus infectious diseases, read this outstanding book by Dr. Suzanne Humphreys entitled Discovering Illusions, Disease, Vaccines, and the Forgotten History, which totally blows all of this vaccines have saved us garbage out of the water. Her website also features a huge collection of eye-opening graphs citing scientific evidence that completely contradicts the false vaccine narrative currently being pushed by the U.S. government. Example, the graph shows how measles was already virtually eradicated. Now again, I've got the graph here. This graph, which goes from 1838 to 1978, This graph shows how measles was already virtually eradicated even before the introduction of the measles vaccine. Today, medical institutions falsely claim that vaccines alone are responsible for eradicating diseases like measles, smallpox, and polio. But if vaccines alone cause the decline, why did nearly all the decline in measles and all of these other diseases or maladies happen before the introduction of measles vaccine? It's because they had nothing to do with it. The measles vaccine was introduced in 1968. Measles was already virtually totally eradicated by 1950. Okay? And even if you got it, that's a childhood thing. I mean, you're going to get it, and, you know, your immune system via the thymus gland is going to recognize it. It's going to process that information, and you're not going to get it again. You end up coming out stronger than you would had you not done that. So, I'm going to go ahead and end this part here because I'm going to totally change gears, and I don't want to get these, I don't want to commingle these the next part, because I'm going to totally change gears now and get into a totally different subject. And so I'm going to end part 3 here, and we will go to part 4 next. God bless you. We'd like to welcome you back to part 4 of our current event and weekly Bible study for August 30th, 2015. The last whole part of this, I don't know how long it's going to take me to get through this, is regarding this whole Confederate flag issue and what it's actually about. What is the Confederate flag actually stand for? And relating that also to the Civil War. And this is just stunning information. Again, we're just lied to on every single level in today. I mean, I just got done doing 3 parts on how we're lied to regarding just the healthcare system, the disease propagation system, I should say, big pharma, medical. Well, it's no different than any other area of our life, essentially, how we're being lied to. And this Confederate flag is a real doozy. This is, I mean, this information is just, well, I'll let it speak for itself. This first report is entitled "The Confederate Flag Needs to be Raised and Not Lowered" by Chuck Baldwin. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit what we are seeing happening in the United States today is an apt illusion of why the Confederate flag was raised in the first place. What we are seeing materialize before our very eyes is tyranny. Tyranny over the freedom of expression, tyranny over the freedom of association, tyranny over the freedom of speech, and tyranny over the freedom of conscience. In 1864, Confederate General Patrick Cleburne warned his fellow Southerners of the historical consequences should the South lose their war for independence. Remember, this is a war for their independence. It was not about slavery. It was a war for their right to secede from the Union. Okay? It would be like if you were married to somebody and the marriage was like illegitimate and your partner was doing all kind of things that were bad and you wanted to get out of that. Well, it would be like saying what the North did to the South would be like saying, well, you have no right to secede from us, and we're going to kill you, you know, by the hundreds of thousands in order to prove that to you, that you have no right to have your own freedom, to have your own, basically, I don't know if you would term it as a country. You don't have that right. We have that, and we will impose our will on you. That was what it ended up boiling down to, and we're going to prove it in this study. All of this garbage has been written out of the history books, though. Not garbage, but all of the things that we're going over today, which is garbage is the fact that they've done this to us. We don't even know what the real history of this even is. Confederate General Patrick Cleburne warned his fellow Southerners in 1864 of the historical consequences should the South lose their war for independence. He said if the South lost, quote, it means that the history of this heroic struggle will be written by the enemy, which was the North. that our youth will be trained by Northern school teachers, will learn from Northern school books their version of the war. Why? Because they won the war, so they get to write the history books. Will be impressed by all of its influences of history and education to regard our gallant dead as traitors and maimed veterans as suspects of derision. No true words were ever spoken. History revisionists, meaning they've revised what history actually really was. History revisionists flooded America's public schools with Northern propaganda about the people who attempted to secede from the United States, characterizing them as racists, extremists, radicals, hate mongers, traitors, etc. Now, please bear with me on this because we're just getting started here. So if you've already made up your mind I'm wrong, fine. Fine. This isn't about me. This is about documented history that's totally been rewritten and taken out of the textbooks. He says, you know, the same way the people in our federal government and news media attempt to characterize Christians, patriots, war veterans, and constitutionalists today. Well, they're doing the same thing. They did the same thing back then. Folks, please understand that the only people in 1861 who believed that the states did not have the right to secede were Abraham Lincoln and his radical Republicans. To say the southern states did not have the right to secede from the United States is to say that the 13 colonies did not have the right to secede from Britain. One cannot be right and the other wrong. Okay, one cannot be right and the other wrong. If one is right, both are right. How can we celebrate our Declaration of Independence from British tyranny in 1776, and then turn around and condemn the Declaration of Independence of the Confederacy in 1861? Really good points to think about. Talk about hypocrisy. In fact, the southern states were not the only states that talked about secession. After the southern states seceded, the state of Maryland fully intended to join them. In September of 1861, Lincoln sent federal troops to the state capitol and seized the legislature by force in order to prevent them from voting. This is total dictatorship, total tyranny. Federal provost marshals stood guard at the polls in Maryland and arrested Democrats and anyone else who believed in secession. A special furlough was granted to Maryland troops so they could go home and vote against secession. Judges who tried to inquire into the phony elections were arrested and thrown into military prisons. Sounds like our government today. There is your great emancipator, folks, Abraham Lincoln. He's a devil. And before the South seceded, several northern states had also threatened secession. Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island had threatened secession as far back as James Madison's administration. In addition, the states of New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware were also threatening secession during the first half of the 19th century, long before the southern states even considered such a thing. People say constantly that Lincoln, quote, saved the Union. Lincoln didn't save the Union, he subjugated the Union. There is a huge difference. A union that is not voluntary is not a union. Man does not have a right to force a woman to marry him, which is the analogy I gave earlier, or to force a woman to stay married to him, which is what was going on here. In the eyes of God, a union of husband and wife is far superior to the union of states. If God recognizes the right of husbands and wives to separate, and he does, to try and suggest that states do not have the right to lawfully, under natural and divine rights, separate, is the most preposterous proposition imaginable. People say that Lincoln freed the slaves. Lincoln did not free a single slave. But what he did was enslave free men. His so-called Emancipation Proclamation had no authority in the southern states, as they had separated into another country. Imagine a president today signing a proclamation to free folks in, say, China or Saudi Arabia. He would be laughed out of Washington. Lincoln had no authority over the Confederate States of America, and he knew it. Do you not find it interesting that Lincoln's proclamation did not free a single slave in the United States, the country in which he did have authority, meaning the northern part? That's right. The Emancipation Proclamation deliberately ignored slavery in the North. Do you not realize that what Lincoln signed when Lincoln signed his proclamation, there were over 300,000 slaveholders who were fighting in the Union Army? Let me read that last sentence again. When he signed the Emancipation Proclamation, do you not realize that Lincoln signed this proclamation? There were over 300,000 slaveholders who were fighting in the Union Army. Oh, but it was all about freeing the slaves. No, it wasn't. It was about control. It was about imposing, Abraham Lincoln and his cohorts imposing his will on the South. Check it out for yourself. One of the northern slaveholders was General and later U.S. President Ulysses S. Grant. In fact, he maintained possession of his slaves even after the war between the states concluded. Recall that his counterpart, Confederate General Robert E. Lee, an honorable man, freed his slaves before hostilities between the North and South ever broke out. When asked why he refused to flee his slaves, Grant said, Ulysses S. Grant said, "Good help is hard to find these days." That's a quote. This is such a joke. The institution of slavery did not end until the 13th Amendment was ratified on December 6, 1865. The Civil War had ended 8 months earlier, on April 9th, 1865. So that's when slavery ended, when the 13th Amendment was ratified. 8 months after the Civil War ended. Speaking of the 13th Amendment, did you know that Lincoln authored his own 13th Amendment? It is the only amendment to the Constitution ever proposed by a sitting U.S. president. Here is Lincoln's proposed amendment. Quote, "No amendment shall be made to the Constitution which will authorize or give Congress the power to abolish or interfere within any state within the domestic institutions thereof, including that a person's held to labor or service by laws of the said state." You read it right. Lincoln proposed an amendment to the U.S. Constitution preserving the institution of slavery. His amendment preserved the institution of slavery. Lincoln's did. This proposed amendment was written in March of 1861, a month before the shots were fired at Fort Sumter, South Carolina, to start the Civil War. He didn't want to end slavery. He wrote an amendment so it wouldn't end. I mean, this is total insanity, but the South is totally demonized over this. To this day, the state of South Carolina was particularly incensed at the tariffs enacted by the 1828 and in 1832. The tariff of 1828 was disdainfully called the Tariff of Abominations by the state of South Carolina. Accordingly, the South Carolina legislature declared that the tariffs of 1828 and 1832 were, quote, unauthorized by the Constitution of the United States. Think, folks, why would the southern states secede from the Union over slavery when President Abraham Lincoln had offered an amendment to the Constitution guaranteeing the preservation of slavery? It was never what the war was about. In other words, it makes no sense. If the issue was predominantly slavery, all the South needed to do was to go along with Lincoln, and his proposed 13th Amendment would have permanently preserved slavery among the southern and the northern states. Does that sound like a body of people who are willing to lose hundreds of thousands of men on the battlefield over saving slavery? Total nonsense. The problem was Lincoln wanted the southern states to pay the Union a 40% tariff on their exports. It's all about control, power, and money. That was what caused the Civil War. Lincoln wanted the southern states to pay the Union a 40% tariff on their exports. Oh, only 40%? I mean, that's not too outrageous. The South considered this outrageous and refused to pay. By the time hostilities broke out in 1861, the South was paying up to and perhaps exceeding 70% of the nation's taxes. We're talking total slime bags in the North. At that sewage pit called Washington, D.C. It still is to this day. It's even worse now. Oh, they were only making the South pay for 70% of the nation's taxes. I wonder why they were kind of fed up with that, and maybe why hostilities broke out. I can't imagine why. I can't imagine why they'd want to secede from an evil, wicked institution like that. Britain hadn't even proposed anything close to that. And we went to war with them. But that was a righteous war. See, they've rewritten the history books. Before the war, the South was very prosperous and productive, and Washington, D.C. kept raising the taxes and tariffs on them. You know, the way Washington, D.C. keeps raising the taxes on the prosperous American citizens today? Yeah. Same slime bags then and now. This is much the same story of the way the colonies refused to pay the demanded tariffs of the British Crown. I'll bet the tariffs of the Crown were much, much lower than those demanded by Lincoln. Lincoln's proposed 13th Amendment was an attempt to entice the South into paying the tariffs by being willing to permanently ensconce the institution of slavery into the Constitution. It was a carrot he was dangling to try to get them to get in lockstep with the Union. And the South said no, though. No. In addition, the congressional record of the United States forever obliterates the notion that the North fought the war between the states over slavery. Read it for yourself. This is the congressional record of the United States. This resolution was passed unanimously by the U.S. Congress in July 23, 1861, and it said, "The war is waged by the government of the United States, not in the spirit of conquest or subjugation, nor for the purpose of overthrowing or interfering with the rights or institutions of states, but to defend and protect the Union." They wanted that power. They wanted that money to keep flowing, and they wanted all those unbelievably satanic tariffs and taxes they were imposing on the South to keep rolling in. But the people that rewrote the history book said it was all about slavery. Even though Abraham Lincoln wanted to have slavery as a permanent aspect of our government, and even wrote an amendment to that effect. What could be clear? The U.S. Constitution declared that the war against the South was not an attempt to overthrow or interfere with the institutions of the states, but to keep the Union intact by force. It was all about imposing their will on the South. Hear it loudly and clearly. Lincoln's war against the South had nothing to do with ending slavery. So said the U.S. Congress by a unanimous resolution in 1861, which I just read. Abraham Lincoln himself said it was never his intention to end the institution of slavery. In a letter to Alexander Stevenson, who later became Vice President of the Confederacy, Lincoln wrote this, quote, "Do the people of the South really entertain fears that a Republican administration would directly or indirectly interfere with their slaves or with them about their slaves? If they do, I wish to assure you, as once a friend and still I hope not an enemy, that there is no cause for such fears. The South would be in no more danger in this respect than it was in the days of Washington of losing the slaves, because he had no intention of ending slavery. Lincoln. He's a hypocritical devil. Again, what could be clear? Lincoln himself said the southern states had nothing to fear from him in regard to abolishing slavery. Here Lincoln again. Then he says, quote, if I could save the Union without, it's all about saving the Union, remember, it's all about keeping that money flowing, it's all about those tariffs and the taxes. Here's what Lincoln said, quote, if I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it. He also said, quote, I have no purpose directly or indirectly to interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it exists. He had no intention of this. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so. I mean, my word, how we've been lied to. The idea that the Confederate flag, actually there were 5 of them, stood for racism, bigotry, hatred, and slavery is just so much hogwash. In fact, if one truly wants to discover who the racist was in 1861, just read the words of Mr. Abraham Lincoln himself. On August 14th, 1862, Abraham Lincoln, now we're into the war now, we're into the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln invited a group of black people to the White House. In his address to them, why isn't this in the history books, okay? In his address to them, he told them of his plans to colonize them all back to Africa. But he's the great emancipator, okay? Listen to what he told these folks. Quote, here's Abraham Lincoln. Why should the people of your race be colonized, and where? Why should they leave this country? This is perhaps the first question for proper consideration. You and we are different races. We have between us a broader difference than exists between almost any other 2 races. Whether it is right or wrong, I need not discuss, but this physical difference is a great disadvantage to both of us, to us both, as I think. Your race suffers very greatly, many of them by living among us, while ours suffers from your presence. This is what Lincoln said. Oh my word. In a word, we suffer on each side. If this is admitted, it affords a reason, at least why we should be separated. Here, you here are free men, I suppose. Perhaps have been long free or all of your life. Perhaps you have been long free or all of your lives. But your race is suffering. In my judgment, the greatest wrong inflicted on any people. But even when you cease to be slaves, you are yet far removed from being placed on an equality with the white race. The aspiration of men is to enjoy equality with the best when free. But on this broad continent, not a single man of your race is made the equal of a single man of our race. Where's all the Black Lives Matter people about this? Where's Reverend Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and the Rainbow Coalition? Where's Oprah Winfrey? What? This is a quote from his own records. And we're just getting started. I mean, don't you love the hypocrisy? Why aren't all the black races in America taught this? Did you hear what Lincoln said? He said that black people would never be equal with white people. Not a single man of the black race is made the equal of a single man of our race, is what he said. Wow! I mean, that is some serious racism there. I mean, that is racism off the scale. The great emancipator, friend of the blacks everywhere. So he said black people would never be equal with white people, even if they all obtained their freedom from slavery. So I guess that was his rationale for sending everybody, all the blacks back to Africa, because he's like, well, hey guys, I mean, Listen, it doesn't matter if you stay here. The best of you is never gonna be equal with the least of the white men here. So we're on such an unlevel playing field. We need to ship you all back to Africa, because that's what he wanted to do. If that isn't a racist statement, I've never heard one then. Lincoln's statement above is not isolated. In Charleston, Illinois, in 1858, Lincoln said in a speech, quote, I love these Lincoln quotes. They're the best ever. I am not, nor have ever been, in favor of bringing about in any way the social and political equity of white and black races. I am not, nor ever have been in favor of making voters or jurors of Negroes, nor of qualifying them to hold office, nor to intermarry with white people. I will say in addition to this that there is a physical difference between the white and the black races, which I believe will forever forbid the two races from living together on a social or political equality. And inasmuch as they cannot so live while they do remain together, there must be the position of superior and inferior. Oh, gosh, this is unreal. And as much as any other man am I in favor of having the superior position assigned to the white. End of quote. Oh my word. I can't even read this stuff. This is Abraham Lincoln. What a guy. What a great friend of the black races. You know? Then goes on to say, ladies and gentlemen, in his own words, Abraham Lincoln declared himself to be a white supremacist. Yeah, I could see him donning the old Ku Klux Klan, hooded robe and being the grand dragon of his local chapter. I mean, he had all the makings. He probably was. Why don't our history books and news media tell the white people the truth? Well, what about the black people? The truth about Lincoln and the war between the states. It's simple. If people would study the meanings and history of the flag, the symbols, and its statutes of the Confederacy and the Confederate leaders, they might begin to awaken to the tyrannical policies of Washington, D.C. that preclude Southern independence, policies that have only escalated since the defeat of the Confederacy, that they might have then the notion again to resist. By the time Lincoln penned his Emancipation Proclamation, the war had been going on for 2 years without resolution. In fact, the North was losing the war. Even though the South was outmanned and out-equipped, the genius of the Southern generals and the fighting acumen of the Southern men had put the Northern armies on their heels. Many people in the North never saw the legitimacy of Lincoln's war in the first place, and many of them campaigned against it, as we had talked about earlier. These people were affectionately called Copperheads by the people in the South, and there was a ton of them. But all the other brainwashed masses that were with Lincoln, and the turning point of the war, if you ask me, was when Stonewall Jackson got killed by, unfortunately, his own troops. That was the turning point of the war. Because at that point, Robert E. Lee then invaded. It wasn't that long that they invaded, and they had the debacle at Gettysburg, which was just ridiculous. See, at that point, we had fought the South had fought a defensive war. They weren't trying to go into Northern territory and take their land or anything. They wanted to get, I ultimately believe, to Washington, D.C. to end the war, but they hadn't done that. And Gettysburg was one of really the only major campaign into the northern part, and I don't know from a spiritual standpoint whether God deemed that as a no-no. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. I know Robert E. Lee was, when that happened, and we lost, the South lost so many there, that seemed to be really the turning point of the war. Up until that point, up until the point when Stonewall Jackson, before he died, and then even after that, up to that point, the South had been winning the war. That seemed to be the turning point, from what I can gather from my research. But these people that were sympathetic to the Southern cause were called coppers. Remember what I said Maryland wanted to secede, and there was a lot of other states that wanted to do it way before that? He goes on to say, I urge you to watch Ron Maxwell's accurate depiction of those people in the North who favored the Southern cause as depicted in the motion picture Copperhead. I actually went and I watched this movie online, and yeah, it gave me a totally different perspective. I didn't realize there was this many people that were sympathetic in the North to the Southern cause. For what matter, I consider the movie Gods and Generals to be the greatest Civil War movie ever made. It is the most accurate and fairest depiction of Confederate General Thomas Stonewall Jackson, who I just mentioned. He was really, I mean, when he died, Robert E. Lee said, I think Robert E. Lee, what happened is he got shot in the arm. He was doing a night recon, and he got shot by his own troops in the left arm. His arm went gangrenous, he ended up losing the arm, and then he ended up dying as a result of it. But when he lost his left arm, Robert E. Lee, when he went to him, he says, "You've lost your left arm, but I've lost my right." Meaning that was his right arm, Stonewall Jackson. Brilliant general. And that seemed to be the turning point of the whole war, in my opinion. This goes on to say, in my opinion, actor Stephen Lang should have received an Oscar for his performance as General Jackson. That's another thing. The war fought from 1861 to 1865 was not a civil war. Civil war suggests two sides fighting for control of the same capital and country. The South didn't want to take over Washington, D.C. No more than their forebears wanted to take over London. They wanted to separate from Washington, D.C., which was obviously totally evil and corrupt as it is to this day. I mean, look at the architecture of Washington, D.C. alone. All of the Freemasonic garbage and architecture and just evil. And the whole street designs and all of the garbage they've got there. Okay. They wanted to separate from Washington, D.C. And if you don't believe that, go up to the internet and key in riddles in stone. It should come up, or Washington, D.C. riddles in stone. And it's a whole documentary on all the occultic buildings and street designs and how they laid the whole city out according to Luciferian principles. Riddles in stone. You should be able to watch it for free. They wanted to separate from Washington, D.C., just as America's founding fathers wanted to separate from Great Britain. The proper names for that war are either the war between the states or the war for Southern independence, or more fittingly, the war of Northern aggression. Look at what Sherman did. That stinking devil Sherman, who literally burned, raped, and pillaged his way into the South, to the point where you could still see a lot of what he did on satellite images to this day. The devastation swath that Sherman left, because they were fighting such a righteous war. They wanted to free the slaves so badly that they had to kill, steal, rape, and pillage their way and burn their way through the South, because they were fighting such a righteous, noble cause. No, they were fighting for Satan. It was a satanic cause. Hopefully I've already proven that, and we're just getting cranked up. Had the South wanted to take over Washington, D.C., they could have done so with the very first battle of the Civil War, when Lincoln ordered federal troops to invade Virginia in the First Battle of Manassas, called the First Battle of Bull Run by the North. Confederate troops sent the Yankees running for their lives all the way back to Washington. Had the Confederates pursued them, they could have easily taken the city of Washington, D.C., seized Abraham Lincoln, and perhaps ended the war before it began. But General Beauregard and the others had no intention of fighting an aggressive war against the North. Why? Because they were noble in their cause, obviously, and they merely wanted to defend the South against the aggression of the North. We could have won the war from the first battle, basically. Man, I can't even imagine what the world would be like today. In order to rally the people in the North, Lincoln needed a moral crusade. This is important. That's what his Emancipation Proclamation was all about, creating this moral crusade. This explains why his proclamation was not penned until 1863, 2 years after fruitless fighting. He was counting on people in the North to stop resisting his war against the South if they thought it was some kind of, quote, holy war. Plus, Lincoln was hoping that his proclamation would incite blacks in the South to insurrect against the Southern whites. If thousands of blacks would begin to wage war against their white neighbors, or slave masters, the fighting men of the Southern armies would never have to leave the battlefield and go home to defend their families. But this never happened. they would have to leave the battlefields and go defend their families. But this never happened because the slaves never rose up against them. Not only did the blacks not riot against the whites in the South, many black men volunteered to fight alongside their white friends and neighbors in the Confederate Army. Unlike the blacks in the North, who were conscripted by Lincoln and forced to fight in segregated units. Thousands of blacks in the South fought of their own free will in a fully integrated Southern Army. I bet your history book never told you about that either. If one wants to ban a racist flag, one would have to ban the British flag. Ships bearing the Union Jack shipped over 5 million African slaves to the countries all over the world, including the British colonies in the North. Other slave ships flew the Dutch flag, and the Portuguese flag and the Spanish flag, and yes, the U.S. flag. But not one single slave ship ever flew the Confederate flag. Not one. But yet, that is the whole thing that people are dying about in the streets of our country today, over the Confederate flag, over its enslavement of the blacks and its racial overtones. And yet not one slave ship ever flew that flag, ever. And dare I say, we look back at the last study I just did, where we proved the Muslims were the ones behind the whole black African slave trade and still are to this day. The absolute vast majority, 95% of the black African slave trade, going all the way back to when Islam started, was all from the Muslims. And they were doing it so they would have like their sexual concubines. And I mean, the death rate of the black slaves from Africa by the Muslims was so far beyond anything that you could even possibly imagine. But yet, the Confederate Southern states are the ones that get all the blame for all of the African black slave thing, because Satan wrote the history books. So he gets to produce the satanic, Luciferian, lying narrative, when the truth is pretty much the polar exact opposite of what is being portrayed. And here we have the Confederate flag being demonized as well. By the time Lincoln launched his war against the Southern states, slavery was already a dying institution. The entire country, including the South, recognized the moral evil of slavery and wanted to end it. Only a small fraction of Southerners even owned slaves at this point. The slave trade had ended in 1808 per the U.S. Constitution, and the practice of slavery was quickly dying too. In another few years, with the advent of agricultural machinery, slavery would have ended peacefully just like it had in England. It didn't take a national war and the deaths of so-called of over 500,000 people to end slavery in Great Britain, but evidently it did here in America, because that's all it was about. America's so-called Civil War was absolutely unnecessary. The greed of Lincoln's radical Republicans in the North, combined with the cold, calloused heart of Lincoln himself, is responsible for the tragedy of the Civil War. It's a special place in hell for you, Lincoln. And look at what is happening now. In one instant, after one deranged young man killed 9 people, who ostensibly photoshopped a picture of himself, and that's what the government probably had everything to do with all that anyway, who ostensibly photoshopped a picture of himself with a Confederate flag. The entire political and media establishments in the country go on an all-out crusade to remove all semblances of the Confederacy across America. The speed in which all of this has happened suggests that it was a planned, orchestrated event by the powers that be, and it is a mere coincidence that it took place at the exact same time that the U.S. Supreme Court decided to legalize same-sex marriage. And then he says, I think not. The Confederate battle flag flies what they call the St. Andrew's Cross. Of course, Andrew was the first disciple of Jesus Christ, brother of Simon Peter, and a Christian martyr, who was crucified in an X-shaped cross at the age of 90. Andrew is the patron saint of both Russia and Scotland. So in the 1800s, up to 75% of the people of the South were either Scotch or Scotch-Irish. Remember, Andrew was the patron saint of Russia and Scotland. So in the 1800s, 75% of the people in the South were Scotch or Scotch-Irish. The Confederate British battle flag is predicated on the national flag of Scotland. It is a symbol of the Christian faith and a heritage, and of that heritage. Combine the current attacks against biblical and traditional marriage, the attacks against all things Confederate, the attacks against all things Christian, and the attacks against all things constitutional. And what we are witnessing is a heightened example of why the Confederate battle flag was created to begin with. Virtually every act of federal usurpation of liberty that we are witnessing today and have been witnessing for much of the 20th century is the result of Lincoln's war against the South. Truly, we are living in Lincoln's America, not Washington and Jefferson's America. Washington and Jefferson's America died at Appomattox Courthouse in 1865. And I'm not saying either of them are perfect either, okay? So but that's his perspective. Instead of lowering the Confederate battle flag, we should be raising it. Pastor John Weaver rightly observed that, quote, even the Confederate States motto, which is Dio Vindicia, which is the Lord is our vindicator. That was the Confederate States motto. The Lord is our vindicator. Illustrates the sovereignty and the righteousness of God. The St. Andrew's cross is also known as the Greek letter Chi, and has historically been used to represent Jesus Christ. Many of the facts that I reference in this column were included in a message delivered several years ago by Pastor John Weaver. I want to thank Pastor Weaver for preaching such a powerful and needed message. Read or watch Pastor Weaver's sermon, The Truth About the Confederate Battle Flag, here. Okay, and I'm going to play this. I'm going to play his whole sermon. He's one of the best preachers I've ever heard. I love him. I know him. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but you know, I love this man. He's the one that when I went through that really, really super dark time, he is the one that when I was on the other side of that, and I really believed the Lord had showed me this thing about Psalm 64 and imprecatory prayers. He was the one that literally preached the sermon that confirmed it. I never heard anybody preach on it before. And imprecatory prayers, a Christian door of hope, was I think the actual name of the sermon. Pastor John Weaver is a native of Georgia. He's been a Christian ministry for over 30 years. He has traveled across America preaching and lecturing in churches, colleges, and conferences. John Weaver is an expositor of God's whole word. His preaching style is in the tradition of those early American pastors whose pulpits were the cradle of America's Christian liberty. And I give you his contact information here as well. I'm probably going to just dedicate a whole part to this. So I'm going to end part 4 here, and we're going to go to part 5, and I'm just going to let this play for all of part 5. So we will see you in part 5. We'd like to welcome you back to part 5 of our current event and weekly Bible study for August 30th, 2015. Without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and play this teaching from Pastor John Weaver, and it's called The Truth About the Confederate Battle Flag. This will bolster the information we've already covered. This was actually recorded on January 22nd, 2005, and so we're over 10 years. And he's got actually several teachings about the Confederate flag up on his website. He's probably one of the world's most foremost experts on the subject.
The following presentation by Pastor John Weaver points out only a few of the facts our modern history books ignore concerning the war between the states. It is intended to spark interest in the true heritage of the South and expose the efforts of the politically correct to slander the noble and heroic stand of Southerners, both black and white, against the tyranny of unconstitutional usurpation of power by the federal government.
I want you to open your Bibles, if you would please, tonight to the book of Numbers, chapter 1. Numbers, chapter 1. And we'll read some verses there and then in chapter 2 as well. Numbers chapter 1. I'm going to bring a message tonight in defense of the flag, and I think you'll see why before I finish. Numbers chapter 1, notice if you would please verse 52. The Bible says, and the children of Israel shall pitch their tents every man by his own camp and every man by his own standard throughout their host. Note that phrase, every man by his own standard throughout their host. Now look in chapter 2, beginning with verse 2. Every man of the children of Israel shall pitch his own standard, or banner, or flag, with the ensign, banner, or flag of their father's house. Far off about the tabernacle of the congregation shall they pitch. And on the east side toward the rising of the sun shall they of the standard of the camp of Judah pitch throughout their armies. Nashon, the son of Amminadab, shall be captain of the children of Israel, of Judah. Notice, if you would please, in verse 10. On the south side shall be the standard of the camp of Reuben according to their armies, and the captain of the children of Reuben shall be Elizur, the son of Shedeur. Note, on the south side shall be the standard of the camp of Reuben. Look in verse 17. Then the tabernacle of the congregation shall set forward with the camp of the Levites in the midst of the camp. As they encamp, so shall they set forward every man in his place by their standards. On the west side shall be the standard of the camp of Ephraim, according to their armies, and the captain of the sons of Ephraim shall be Elishama, the son of Ammihud. Then verse 25. The standard of the camp of Dan shall be on the north side by their armies, and the captain of the children of Dan shall be Ahiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. And then verse 31. And they that were numbered in the camp of Dan were 100,000, and 50 and 7,000 and 600. They shall go hindmost with their standards. Then verse 34. And the children of Israel did according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. So they pitched by their standards, and so they set forward everyone after their families, according to the house of their fathers. Let me begin by asking a simple question. Why in the world is there so much fuss over a flag? Is a standard, is a banner, or a flag worth fighting about? Everyone knows that a flag is a symbol. It represents something. But what is a symbol of, and what does it represent? If you will study your Bible, you will find that our English word flag does not occur in our Bibles except to represent reeds, or properly the papyri plant that grows by the riverside. But if you will take the time to go through a concordance, you'll find that the word banner, the word standard, the word ensign occurs frequently over and over. I want you to see, by way of introduction tonight, the importance of a flag, or the importance of a standard. You see, when the children of Israel were encamped in the wilderness, they camped everyone under their own standard. And do you realize that they were centered around that tabernacle according to their standards as well? If you look back in your Bibles to the book of Numbers chapter 2 and verse 2, note this statement. Every man of the children of Israel shall pitch by his own standard. So evidently every tribe had its own standard, but go on, with the ensign of their father's house. So there were not only tribal standards, there were also family standards. So usually then each family carried two banners, one for their tribe and one for their father's house. And of course all of these families in Israel, all of these tribes then, were centered around that tabernacle, and they marched, when they marched, according to the order that God gave. Now there were four leading tribes. There was the tribe of Judah, Reuben, Ephraim, and Dan. Now according to tradition, the standard of the tribe of Judah had a lion on it. Hence we know Christ as the Lion of the tribe of Judah. That of the tribe of Reuben had the likeness of a man's head. That of the tribe of Ephraim had the figure of an ox. And that of the tribe of Dan had the symbol of an eagle. If you will study the book of Ezekiel, you'll find the four living creatures there that Ezekiel saw had the faces of these four standards that are mentioned here in the book of Numbers chapter 2. Now I want you to turn in your Bibles, if you would please, very quickly, to Psalm 20 and verse 5. Psalm 20 and verse 5. Just trying to show you the importance of a standard. In Psalm 20 and verse 5, the Word of God says this. Note carefully, Psalm 20, verse 5. We will rejoice in thy salvation, and in thy name of our God we will set up our banners. The Lord fulfill all thy petitions. Note, we will rejoice in thy salvation, and in the name of our God we will set up our banners. So banners or flags then have a religious significance. Here's the importance of a banner. We set it up in the name of our God. It represents our theology. It represents our Christianity. Look in your Bibles, if you would please, to Psalm 60 and verse 4. Psalm 60 and verse 4. Note, if you would, how plain the Bible is here. Psalm 60 verse 4. The Word of God says, Thou hast given a banner to them that fear Thee, that it may be displayed because of the truth. So God then gives us a banner that we might display that banner. Why? Because of the truth. Not because of error, not because of anything else, but because of the truth. Now I want you to go back in your Bibles to the book of Exodus, chapter 17 and verse 15. And you're going to be surprised when you find one of the names of God mentioned here in the Bible. Exodus chapter 17 and verse 15. The children of Israel had fought against the Amalekites and had won. God had given them the victory. And let's begin reading there with verse 14. Note what God tells Moses. And the Lord said unto Moses, Write this for a memorial in a book, and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua, for I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. And Moses built an altar and called the name of it Jehovah Nissi. For he said, Because the Lord has sworn that the Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. Now note, Moses built an altar and called the name of it Jehovah Nissi. Jehovah Nissi means the Lord our banner. In other words, God is the banner of His people. The name of God is associated with the warfare of His people. So a flag then is not just given to us for the truth, but God Himself is said to be our flag, our banner. I want you to look in your Bibles to the book of Isaiah chapter 59, verse 19. Here's a very powerful verse. Look in Isaiah chapter 59 and verse 19. Note, if you would, this verse. Isaiah 59, verse 19. So shall they fear the name of the Lord from the west, and the Lord and His glory from the rising of the sun. Now watch. When the enemy shall come in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord shall lift up a standard against him. Did you hear what I just read? When the enemy shall come in like a flood, then the Spirit, that is the third person of the Trinity, then the Holy Spirit shall lift up a standard against him. Now, let me ask you a question. If the Holy Spirit is lifting up a banner, if He's lifting up a standard against the enemies of God and the enemies of God's people, what standard or what banner is He lifting up? Well, look in your Bibles, if you would, to Isaiah chapter 11 and verse 10, and you will find out. Isaiah chapter 11 and verse 10. Note, if you would please, Isaiah 11 and verse 10, the Word of God says concerning Christ, And in that day there shall be a root of Jesse, which shall stand for an ensign or a flag of the people. And to it shall the Gentiles seek, and his rest shall be glorious. So when the enemies of the Lord come in like a flood, the Spirit of God lifts up a standard against them, and that standard is Jesus Christ. So God the Father is said in the Scripture to be our banner. God the Son is said in the Scripture to be our banner. I don't know about you, but I believe God places a great deal of importance upon banners and flags and ensigns in the Word of God. No one can deny the importance based upon the Word of God. But what about the Confederate flag? Is the Confederate flag a Christian symbol? Is the Confederate flag a Christian flag? Interestingly, when one mentions the Confederate flag, usually what comes up in someone's mind is the battle flag, as we see right here. I want you to know tonight that there were numerous Confederate flags. This is the battle flag. Let me just point out the fact there were 5 major flags. There were many, many more. But the first flag that I want to point out was the Bonnie Blue flag, which was a solid blue flag with a single star right in the middle. Now, the Bonnie Blue flag was the unofficial flag of the Confederate States of America. It was never officially adopted, but it was an extremely popular flag, and there's a song written about it from that period on the Bonnie Blue flag. And then, secondly, there is what is known as the First National Flag, which is sometimes called the Stars and Bars. Now, there's a problem, and I'm going to deal with it just a little bit later. but the stars and bars looked a lot like the stars and stripes. And there's a conflict because of that. But there was the stars and bars of the first national flag. Then secondly, or thirdly, I should say, there was the second national flag, which is referred to as the stainless banner. It just had this symbol in the upper left-hand corner, and then it was pure white. It was silk. The only problem with the stainless banner was when the wind was not blowing and it was folded, it sometimes looked like a flag of truce or a flag of surrender. And then thirdly, we have the third national flag, or fourthly, I should say, it's the third national flag. And that was the same stainless banner, but with a solid red bar all the way down it. And that's the one that is usually flying today, the third national flag. It was officially adopted, but very few of them were issued. And then, of course, we have the Confederate battle flag as we know it. Interestingly enough, the first four flags are very rarely spoken against because most people don't even know about their existence. And they're totally, absolutely ignorant of them. And so consequently, it is the battle flag that catches most of the flack. So let me begin tonight with some negatives. I want to tell you what the Confederate battle flag does not represent. I want to tell you what it does not symbolize. And I want you to hear me very carefully because I'm going to give you the historical proof for what I'm going to say. First of all, the Confederate battle flag is not a racist flag. I can hear it now, though, but Brother Weaver, don't you know that the KKK uses the Confederate flag? And don't you know the white supremacist groups use the Confederate flag? And don't you know the hate groups use the Confederate flag? Yes. But I also know that they use the stars and stripes. And I also know they even use the Christian flag as well. Let me ask you a question. Why are not the stars and the stripes and the Christian flag considered racist flags as well? I mean, if someone is going to be guilty by association, or if something is going to be guilty by association, I can show you pictures of the Ku Klux Klan marching in Washington, D.C., and there is not one Confederate flag amongst them. They're all carrying the stars and stripes, the U.S. flag. If we're going to condemn a flag because the KKK and the white supremacist groups and the hate groups use it, let's condemn all the flags. Be consistent. Condemn the stars and stripes. Condemn the Christian flag. Let me ask you another question just to show you the absurdity of this position. Do you realize that the Darlington 400 for years used a picture of the Confederate flag on its billboard and advertised itself as the Rebel Raceway? Does that mean, therefore, that all those Winston Cup drivers are racists? Does that mean that anyone who tends the Darlington 400 is a racist? What about the Scottish soldiers? I'll explain this a little bit later. Even today, Scottish soldiers who are in the British Army wear the cross of St. Andrews. Does that mean that all Scottish soldiers are racist as well? Let me show you the enmity and the hatred and the venom that is being spoken against this flag. And I'm going to tell you why before I close tonight. But I got a website, and the name of the website was basically The Confederate Flag Must Go. And it was put there by Jack Crawford, who evidently is a black man, based upon his other writings. And here is what he said. I'm quoting him verbatim. I took it off his website. He says this, quote, "The Confederate flag is a well-recognized international symbol of racism, slavery, hatred, murder, and white supremacy. It should be outlawed, not just banned. Anyone flying it should be corrected in a manner that is usually reserved for overseers, slave masters, and leaders of lynch mobs responsible for the murder of children. Am I clear?" End quote. So what does Mr. Jack Crawford say? He says anyone who flies this flag ought to be killed. That's basically what he's saying. What would you do to a murderer who formed a lynch mob and hung a child? Well, very clearly, you would see that he got the death penalty. Well, that's what he's saying. Now, let me just tell you very quickly.
And people are dying over this right now. This is happening, and primarily at the hands of some uneducated black people regarding this matter. People are dying over this. Okay? They even killed a black man who actually understands this issue recently, and I'm going to get into that story, that report, after in the next part of the teaching. Okay, so people are already dying. And then remember, this was recorded in 2005. But it's all coming to fruition today, what he's saying here. It's all coming to a head, and it's being used by the Illuminati as this big symbol of hate and this big racial division thing to incite a race war and all of this other stuff.
Crawford's statement is unhistorical, it is unconstitutional, and it is untrue. Do you realize that most attackers of the flag are either motivated by historical ignorance or pure, unadulterated malice toward the South, its symbol, its heritage, and its people? In 1994, a Harris poll found that 2/3 of black Americans have no problem with the Confederate flag. No problem at all. Why in the world make the flag an issue? In fact, there are numerous black Americans that speak out for the Confederate flag. Let me give you one of them. R.J. Wilkins of Miami, Florida, had this to say. They were flying the Confederate flag at the Capitol in Tallahassee, Florida, and he wrote this: "I'm a black man who is not offended by the flying of the Confederate flag beside the Capitol in Tallahassee, Florida. The Confederate flag is as much a part of my history as of any white person's. It may not represent the best of my race or be held by some as a contribution to this country's greatness, but it does to me. My great-grandparents were a part of the plantations. They worked the cotton fields, cleaned the big houses, and in many ways supported the development of American society. We should let the Confederate flag fly as a reminder of our American history, both black and white," end quote. But let me tell you something. You want to hear a black man speak out and speak the truth? Let me give you a quote that W. Earl Douglas gave. He was a black journalist in Charleston, South Carolina. He's now dead, but here is what he said concerning the Confederate flag. Now listen carefully. Quote, "If hate had been the prevailing emotion between the races, then it is a safe bet that the Confederacy would have never been born." Now, let me just stop there. Did you hear what he said? If hate had been the prevailing emotions between the blacks and the whites in the South, he is saying it's a safe bet that the Confederacy would have never, ever been born. I continue. "Fortunately," he says, "there was love, understanding, and compassion." Now listen to what this black man says. "And the two greatest lies ever perpetrated by history are, number one, that the South instigated the war, and number two, that it was fought by the North for the purpose of freeing the slaves. The Negro was merely used as the excuse for that war, while the real reason for it is reflected in every area of our lives, where the tentacles of government form the bars of a new slavery. No, don't furl that Confederate battle flag. Let it wave all across the South to remind Americans that there exists here a yearning for liberty, freedom, and independence that will not be denied. Let it fly as a testimonial to real men and real women who would rather work and fight than shed tears and beg for governmental charity," end quote.
And again, this totally confirms what we just got into in the first part, self-admitted by Abraham Lincoln in his own writings, that it was about the government's tentacles and the South wanting to break free, particularly from, they were trying to enslave them through this unbelievable amount of tariffs and taxation. It had gotten to the point where it was 70% on the South, and they were going to be enslaved by the North if this kept up. And it's human nature. If you let somebody get away with something, they're going to keep doing it, and big government's the worst of that. So they saw the handwriting on the wall, the South, that this wasn't going to get any better unless they seceded. And here is an educated black man telling it like it is, the true story about this.
Amen. He understood, folks. He had more sense and more knowledge than most people today. You see, the Confederate battle flag is not a racist symbol, and it never has been. One of my favorite stories is about a black representative, John F. Harris, who was a legislator in Washington County, Mississippi. And he had the opportunity to vote for Senate Bill number 25, which was a bill to erect a Confederate monument on the Capitol Square in Jackson, Mississippi. Now, the bill did pass. And Mr. Harris, who was sick and got out of his bed to give his speech before the Senate, did so. And of course, on February the 23rd, 1890, the Daily Clarion Ledger of Jackson, Mississippi, printed his speech in full. Let me read a portion of it to you. He says, "Mr. Speaker, I have arisen here in my place to offer a few words on the bill. I have come from a sick bed. Perhaps it was not prudent for me to come. But, sir, I could not sit quietly in my room without contributing a few remarks of my own. I was sorry to hear the speech of the young gentleman from Marshall County. I am sorry that any son of a soldier should go on record as opposed to the erection of a monument in honor of the brave dead. And, sir, I am convinced that had he seen what I saw at Seven Pines in the 7 days fighting around Richmond, the battlefield covered with the mangled forms of those who fought for their country and for their country's honor, he would not have made that speech. When the news came that the South had been invaded, those men went forth to fight for what they believed, and they made no requests for monuments. But they died, and their virtues should be remembered. Sir, I went with them. I, too, wore the gray, the same color my master wore. We stayed 4 long years, and if that war had gone on till now, I would have been there yet. I want to honor those brave men who died for their convictions. When my mother died, I was a boy. Who, sir, then acted a part of a mother to the orphan slave boy but my old missus? Were she living now, or could speak to me from those high realms where are gathered the sainted dead, she would tell me to vote for this bill, and, sir, I shall vote for it. I want it known to all the world that my vote is given in favor of the bill to erect a monument in honor of the Confederate dead." End quote. Here was a man, a black man, who wore the Confederate gray, and he understood the war was not a racist war. Now, let me tell you, the Confederate flag is not a racist flag. But now wait. If you want racism, if you want hatred, if you want white supremacy, I will tell you where to find it. Under the Stars and Stripes. Not under the Confederate flag. Do you realize the Emancipation Proclamation was signed on January the 1st, 1863? On August the 14th, 1862, less than 5 months before the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, Abraham Lincoln invited a number of leading blacks to the White House to give them his words of wisdom and to demonstrate to them why he was attempting to colonize them back in Africa. By the way, Lincoln's Negro policy was to send them all back to Africa. That was his policy. William Seward, William Stanton, all of them same thing. And so he invited these Negroes to come to the White House to hear his words of wisdom, and I am quoting verbatim what Lincoln said. Listen carefully. He says, "Why should people of your race be colonized, and where? Why should they leave this country? This is perhaps the first question for proper consideration. You and we are different races. We have between us a broader difference that exists between almost any other two races. Whether it is right or wrong, I need not discuss. But this physical difference is a great disadvantage to us both, as I think. Your race suffers very greatly, many of them by living among us, while ours suffers from your presence. In a word, we suffer on each side. If this is admitted, it affords a reason at least why we should be separated. You are freemen here, I suppose. Perhaps you have been long free, all of your lives. Your race is suffering, in my judgment, the greatest wrong inflicted on any people. But even when you cease to be slaves, you are yet far removed from being placed on an equality with the white race. The aspiration of men is to enjoy equality with the best when free. But on this broad continent, not a single man of your race is made the equal of a single man of our race." End quote. Abraham Lincoln. Let me translate that. Blacks aren't equal to whites. Never will be. That's what he got through saying. Listen to what Lincoln said in a speech in Charleston.
And now remember, too, this is what Lincoln said in public, knowing that this would be a part of the public record. In other words, he's on his best behavior during these quotes. Can you imagine what he said behind closed doors? What he really thought? I mean, I shudder to think.
Charleston, Illinois, 1858. Lincoln said, I am not now nor have ever been in favor of bringing about in any way the social or the political equality of the white and black races. I am not now nor ever have been in favor of making voters or jurors of Negroes, nor of qualifying them to hold office, nor of intermarriages with white people. There is a physical difference between the white and black races, which will forever forbid the two races from living together on social or political equality. There must be a position of superior and inferior, and I'm in favor of assigning the superior position to the white man, end quote. Abraham Lincoln. You see, the Confederate flag has never stood as a racist symbol. If you want racism, you go to the Stars and Stripes. In the South, although there was separation, the blacks respected the whites and the whites respected the blacks, and I'll tell you this, there was no trouble in the South back then, nor in the 1960s, until the North came down and started stirring up trouble. So the Confederate flag is not a racist flag. Secondly tonight, the Confederate flag is not a flag of slavery. It does not represent slavery. Are you listening to me tonight? There is not one slave ever brought into this country under the Confederate flag. Every slave that was brought into this country was brought in by northern ships under the Stars and Stripes. There was not even a slave brought into this country on a southern vessel. The slaves are brought into this country on northern vessels under the Stars and Stripes. Did you know, out of the 224 years in this country that slavery was legal, and by the way, there were slaves in this country in 1620. The 224 years that slavery was legal in this country, only 4 of those years did the Confederate battle flag fly. What flag flew over the country more than any other flag during those 224 years? It was the Stars and Stripes. It wasn't the Confederate battle flag. It was the Stars.
4 years the Confederate flag flew of the 224 years since slavery was legal in America. And yet the Confederate battle flag gets all the blame for all the woes and ills of the world when it comes to the black race in America. And do you see what evil and hypocrisy that we're dealing with this? And then you go back before that, or you go back during that, and you look at the true flag of black oppression, and that would be the flag of Islam. What we've well documented in the last teaching and what I talked about today. Far greater atrocities under the flag of Islam than even under the Stars and Stripes, which flew for those 224 years that slavery existed in America, and then compare that to the 4 years of the Confederate battle flag, and they weren't even the ones bringing in the slaves, the North were.
Why hate and attack the Confederate flag? I mean, if you want to hate a flag of slavery, then you ought to hate the Stars and Stripes. That was the one that brought the slaves over. And if you want to hate another flag of slavery, why not hate the British flag? Did you know that England was responsible for taking 5 million blacks from Africa and selling them to every country under the sun? If you want to hate a flag, why not hate the Dutch flag or the Portuguese flag or the Spanish flag? They sold slaves. And if you want to hate a flag even today, how about hating the Muslim flags? Because even they, the Muslims, are still involved in slavery. I mean, let's be honest. Now, if you want to believe that the War of 1860...
They were the main ones, again, that was selling to the British that would bring the slaves over here. And all of these other countries as well. They were all going through the... If you lived to where you could be sold, because the Muslims treated their slaves so horrifically bad, the majority of the black slaves died in transit, okay, due to the unbelievable privation and evil conditions they forced them to be transported in. If you were fortunate enough to even live that, then you would get sold to one of these other countries. So it was Islam was the backbone of all of this.
1865 was over slavery. I can show you two things that ought to forever correct your thinking in that area. The war was not over slavery. Slavery has only been made an issue by the liberal revisionists. It was not an issue. Let me prove to you, just by two simple statements, I'll give you more, but let me prove to you that the war was not fought over slavery. And therefore this flag could never ever have represented slavery. You see, Abraham Lincoln proposed a 13th Amendment to the Constitution. He proposed that 13th Amendment in March of 1861. It is the only proposed constitutional amendment that was signed by a sitting president. It bears Abraham Lincoln's signature. Here was Abraham Lincoln's proposed 13th Amendment. Quote, "No amendment shall be made to the Constitution which will authorize or give Congress the power to abolish or interfere within any state with the domestic institutions thereof, including that of persons held to labor or service by the laws of said state," end quote. Did you hear that? Lincoln's proposed 13th Amendment said Congress shall not have the power to interfere with any institutions within any state, including those held to labor or service by the laws of that state. In other words, what Abraham Lincoln was saying to the South, if you will accept this proposed 13th Amendment, you may forever keep slaves. Folks, Beauregard never fired on Fort Sumter until April the 9th. This was in March of 1861. If the war had been about slavery, and if the South wanted just to keep slaves, and that was it, why fire a gun? Why fire a shot? Just simply accept this proposed 13th Amendment, and it would all be over. Let me read to you. This resolution was passed unanimously by Congress on July the 23rd, 1861. You may read it for yourself in the congressional record. Here's what this resolution says. "The war is waged by the government of the United States, not in the spirit of conquest or subjection, nor for the purpose of overthrowing or interfering with the rights or institutions of the states, but to defend and protect the Union." Congress said, the war's not about slavery. Lincoln said, the war's not about slavery. I will even give you a 13th Amendment that will allow you to make slavery permanent. You see, what was happening was this. There's a lot of issues, and I can't cover them all tonight. But one of the issues was an economic issue. Do you realize the South, before the war, was extremely wealthy? And the South, before the war, funded probably 75 to 80% of all the taxes. But the North wanted a 40% tariff. The South said, no, the most we will ever agree to is a 10% tariff. And what Lincoln and the radical Republicans were doing was this. They were saying, we will give you the 13th Amendment. We will let you keep your slaves if that's what you want. You just let us keep our tariffs. In other words, the North was willing to sell the blacks out for money, for higher taxes.
And the North had slaves too. So this is total, hypocrisy that we're dealing with here.
The slaves, they could care less. You see, Hapgood's book, Abraham Lincoln, the Man of the People, on page 273, quotes Abraham Lincoln as saying, if I could save the Union without freeing any of the slaves, I would do it. Abraham Lincoln later said that slaves are property, and if freed, they should be paid for. Later on, Lincoln said, I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so. Now here Lincoln is acknowledging that he has no lawful right to interfere with slavery. Slavery, by the way, was constitutional. All 13 colonies agreed on it. And by the way, in 1776, all 13 colonies held slaves. Not just the South, all of them. Lincoln said, I have no lawful right to interfere, nor, he says, do I have an inclination to do so. In a letter to Alexander Stephens, who happened to be later the vice president of the Confederacy, Lincoln wrote Alexander Hamilton Stephens and says this: do the people of the South really entertain fear that a Republican administration would directly or indirectly interfere with their slaves, or with them about their slaves? If they do, I wish to assure you that once as a friend and still I hope not an enemy, that there is no cause for such fears. The South would be in no more danger in this respect than it was in the days of Washington. So once again, Lincoln is saying it's not over slavery. You say, but Brother Weaver, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. And the Emancipation Proclamation freed the slaves. No, it didn't. The Emancipation Proclamation did not free one slave. Do you know what Abraham Lincoln tried to do with the Emancipation Proclamation? In fact, he says so himself. And so does other men in his cabinet. They say that the Emancipation Proclamation was a war measure. Lincoln, number one, wanted to keep England specifically, and the rest of Europe particularly, from joining in with or recognizing the Confederate States of America. That was his first goal in that Emancipation Proclamation. His second goal was a war measure, another war measure, in the sense he was hoping that the blacks in the South would rise up in rebellion against their white masters and their white people. Let me tell you something. Just to show you there was no trouble in the South, there was not one rebellion during that war of black folks. Do you realize 1,000 torches in 1,000 black hands would have emptied the Confederate armies, because the men would have gone home to protect their families? And Lincoln knew that. You see, what Lincoln did was this. Now listen to me. Lincoln tried to free the slaves in the South where he had absolutely no authority, and he refused to release the slaves in the North where he did have authority. Did you know that in the northern armies, even when they were fighting the South, there were over 300,000 slaveholders in the northern armies? Did you know that General Robert E. Lee, before the war ever began, when he inherited some slaves, freed them? General Ulysses S. Grant, who was the main general of the North and afterwards became president, even after the war was over, he kept his slaves. And he did so with this excuse: good help is hard to find. You see, the truth of the matter is this: the Emancipation Proclamation was not only unconstitutional, and everybody recognized it, it cost the Republicans a lot of elections. There were 5 northern states that refused after that to elect Republicans to Congress. And moreover, there were a lot of Union soldiers that deserted because of it and refused to fight. Slavery was not the issue. Slavery has never been the issue until recently, until political revisionists and the political correct people wanted to make it the issue. There have been numerous warnings down through history concerning our flag and concerning our heritage and our culture. One of those warnings came from General Patrick Cleburne. And I want to read to you what General Patrick Cleburne said in January of 1864. And he was warning the South in regards to subjugation. And you talking about a prophet? Listen carefully. General Cleburne said this: if the South lost, it means that the history of this heroic struggle will be written by the enemy. That our youth will be trained by northern school teachers, will learn from northern school books their version of the war, will be impressed by all of the influences of history and education to regard our gallant dead as traitors and our maimed veterans as fit subjects for derision. End quote. Folks, let me tell you, that is exactly what has happened in this country. You pick up any textbook that you want to pick up, and it'll just simply say, the war was over slavery, the North was right, the South was wrong. And most folks believe that junk. They've been taught it. The war was not over slavery. Not over slavery at all. One of my favorite stories is about a reconstructed Southerner who ran into Mildred Lewis Rutherford. Mildred Lewis Rutherford was one of the finest Southern historians that you could ever come across. I believe she died in 1928. But this one reconstructed Southerner said to Mrs. Rutherford, he said, "My father was a Confederate soldier, but had he lived, I'm sure he would have regretted having fought for the wrong side." To which Mrs. Rutherford replied, "Far more probably, he would have regretted having a son so disloyal to the principles for which he was willing to give his life." The Confederate flag is not a racist flag. The Confederate flag is not a flag of slavery. Now, here's the third thing I want to teach you tonight, and I want you to listen carefully. The Confederate flag is a Christian flag, and it represents freedom from tyranny. The Confederate battle flag, as we know it, really did not come into existence, or I should say, into full-blown presence until after First Manassas, July the 21st, 1861. Most of you know, or at least you should know, that the South and the North call their battles by different names. So it's either First Manassas or First Bull Run, depending on what section of the country you're from. But during that battle, the Confederate battle flag was the stars and bars, and the stars and bars was very easily confused with the stars and stripes, not only at a distance, but especially under battle conditions. And you've got to remember all of the smoke that those black powder rifles and cannon made at that particular time. It was during this battle that General Beauregard was observing the battle, and he sees a large body of troops moving toward the Union right flank. And Beauregard tried to make out the flag and to see if it was a northern flag or a southern flag, and he just simply could not make it out. So he called some of his young lieutenants up and he said, "Tell me, is that our flag or is that their flag?" They could not make it out either. And so he stood there very cautiously, trying to determine whose flag it was, what group was there. And all of a sudden, a little puff of wind came, and it unfurled, and he could see that it was stars and bars, and he cried, "The day is ours, attack, attack." And with that, of course, they won the day, and the Yankees literally threw down their weapons and ran all the way back to Washington, D.C. Later, Beauregard wrote, and here's what he said: "At the Battle of Manassas, I found it difficult to distinguish our then Confederate flag from the United States flag, the two being so much alike, especially when General Jubilee Early made the flank movement, who decided the fate of the day." So Beauregard said, I couldn't tell if it's ours or theirs. And then he wrote, "I resolved to have our flag changed, or to adopt for my command a battle flag which would be entirely different from any state or federal flag." Beauregard later said, after the war, after the battle, it was found that many persons in both armies firmly believed that each side had used as a stratagem the flags of his opponent. And it was General Miles who proposed this battle flag with the St. Andrew's cross on it. Now you've got to remember that Andrew was the first disciple of Jesus Christ. Now, why in the world is this battle flag carrying what is known as the St. Andrew's cross? Well, Andrew, not only being the first disciple of Jesus Christ, was a faithful follower of Jesus Christ, and he faithfully preached and taught the Word of God. He taught and preached not only in Asiatic nations, but also in what is in Russia today. Andrew was crucified around 69 A.D. in Patras, Greece. And Andrew persuaded his prosecutor, whatever you want to call him, he persuaded him not to crucify him on a Latin cross, but to crucify him on an X-shaped cross. And the reason he did not want to be crucified on a Latin cross was because that was the way Christ was crucified, and he did not believe himself worthy to be crucified like Christ. Secondly, he convinced his persecutor not to nail him to that X-shaped cross, but literally to tie his feet and to tie his legs there. Because, once again, he did not believe that he was worthy to be crucified in the same manner that Jesus Christ was crucified. And you've got to remember that when this was occurring, Andrew was approximately 90 years of age. And Andrew knew that once he was tied to this cross, being tied would prolong the agony and the pain. Not ease it, but prolong it. And so Andrew remained alive, tied to that cross, and preached to everyone that came by for 3 days. Finally, after the third day, many of the people believed his preaching. And some were so moved, they went to the persecutor and asked him to have Andrew cut down from the cross. He consented, and they went and cut him down, and when they did, he fell to the earth absolutely dead as a martyr for Jesus Christ. Andrew became the patron saint of Russia and of Scotland. Now you say, why is that important? Did you know that according to the census, 2/3 of the Americans living in the 1860s were either Scotch or Scotch-Irish? See, many of them already had St. Andrew's crosses on their flags as such, because they were Scotch people. The cross of St. Andrew's is a symbol of the Christian faith and of the heritage of the Celtic race. The Confederate battle flag is based upon the national flag of Scotland. In fact, another name for the Confederate battle flag is the Southern Cross. And this flag was adopted by General Miles and General Beauregard and men of the South deliberately, consciously, premeditatingly, in order to display their faith in the sovereign God of heaven and earth. They realized that God is the God of providence, that God is the God of history, that God is the God of salvation. Let me read to you a letter that General Miles received from Samuel Barrett of Washington, Georgia. He wrote on May the 23rd, 1861, and forwarded a letter to South Carolina. It was Congressman William Porcher Miles. Miles was head of the Congressional Committee tasking with adopting a flag for the Confederacy. Barrett said the flag should be a token of humble acknowledgement of God and be a public testimony to the world that our trust is in the Lord our God. You see, Colonel Walton wanted to have the Latin cross. Colonel Miles said, no, we'll use the St. Andrew's cross, and that's basically what General Beauregard adopted. And this is a Christian flag. It is a Christian symbol, and it was chosen to display faith in the sovereign God. Why should it not? Did you know that the Confederate Constitution acknowledged the sovereignty and the almighty power of God? Let me just read you the preamble. By the way, if you don't know it, the Confederate Constitution was the first constitution to outlaw slavery. The Confederate Constitution said, basically, after the then living slaves died out, there would be no more slaves imported into the South. So it's the first constitution to outlaw slavery. But here's the preamble. Listen to it. We, the people of the Confederate States, each state acting in its sovereign and independent character, in order to form a permanent federal government, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, invoking the favor and guidance of Almighty God, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the Confederate States of America. Even the Confederate States motto was Dio Vindicae, which means the Lord is our vindicator. Let me tell you something else. This Southern Cross, this St. Andrew's Cross, is also the Greek letter chi, which has historically been used to represent Christ, because chi, C-H, happens to be the first two letters of the word Christ. Moreover, let me show you this. I realize a lot of people say, well, we're against people sending out cards saying Merry Xmas. But that X was at St. Andrew's Cross. Historically, it meant Christ. Moreover, let me tell you this. Uneducated and educated people understood the St. Andrew's Cross. They understood the key. They understood the importance of it. Because even on legal documents, A man who was uneducated and could not write made his what? His X. Because it was the first two letters of the name of Christ. And it was made in faith and recognition before God as the sovereign God and the God of providence. And he was giving an oath as he made his X that he would keep his word and do what he had signed. So the Confederate battle flag, dear friend, is indeed a Christian flag. Now, let me ask you, what does it mean to attack the battle flag? It means that you're attacking the sovereignty, majesty, and might of Jesus Christ and his divine role in our history, culture, and life. To attack the battle flag is to attack Christ because it's a Christian flag. Moreover, let me show you something. This flag stands...
So it's really no coincidence that this is the flag that Satan has zeroed in on regarding the days and times we live to demonize, when it actually means the exact polar opposite of what it is supposedly being demonized for. How satanically ironic.
For the heroic efforts and courageous acts of our Confederate dead. Did you know that General Beauregard got one of the first three original battle flags? And on May the 28th, 1883, Beauregard donated his battle flag to the Louisiana-Washington Artillery. Colonel Walton was there to accept the flag, and Judge Alfred Roman was presenting it, and here's what the judge said. Listen carefully. In the name of General Beauregard, under whose eyes you first went under fire at Manassas, I have the honor to present to you this sacred emblem of Southern valor and patriotism. Did you hear that? This sacred emblem, the flag, of Southern valor and patriotism, said Judge Alfred Roman. Its colors are yet as fresh as when it received its parting look of its fair maker. Its value is enhanced by the fact that the upper portion of its staff is made of a piece of the flagstaff of Fort Sumter, shot down by the Confederate gunners in April 1861. Gunners, by the way, who were under the command of General Beauregard. Unsullied though it be by the smoke of the battle, it was nonetheless born in war, and the breeze first kissed it in the tented field. It is the genuine model of the glorious flag all around, which all of us fought, and so many of us bled, and so many of us fell. What did the judge say? Here's an emblem of Southern valor and patriotism. He didn't say here's an emblem of racism and our fight for our slaves. No. He said here's the emblem of Southern valor and patriotism. Why attack the Confederate flag? Why attack Confederate monuments? Why attack the Confederate South? Because to attack the Confederate South, its flag, and its monuments, is an attack on truth. Are you listening? The South was fighting for independence. The South was fighting for states' rights. The South was fighting for the 10th Amendment that you and I know. Did you know that the South drew up a petition against Congress and against the United States government exactly like the Declaration of Independence? They only changed the names and made it reflect exactly what the North was doing, how they were acting exactly like George III. It may surprise you to know that some Southerners wanted to keep the stars and stripes. You know why they wanted to keep the stars and stripes? They said, it's not we who've left the Constitution, it's the North. Let them get another flag. We're the ones that are fighting for truth. You see, to attack the Confederate flag is an attack on political incorrectness. If you want to be politically correct today, if you want to be liberal and pink today, then you attack the Confederate flag. You attack the Confederate monuments. The flag, the Confederate flag, represents all of those who are opposed to unlimited government. The North wants to have unlimited government. Washington, D.C. wants unlimited government. Unhappily, most of our state capitals want unlimited government. The Confederate flag says, oh no, there is a limitation. There is a constitution. We have God-given rights. We are not going to surrender them. And this.
So it's no wonder that this would be a focal point of Satan's consternation and attacks. I mean, you would think that he just preached this sermon in response to all the stuff that's just been happening in the last 3 to 4 months regarding this Confederate flag, and the people dying over it, and the people being beat up over it. But no, this was over 10 years ago.
To attack the flag is to attack the truth. Let me tell you something. The Confederate flag stands against everything that you now see in Washington, D.C. 250,000 Confederates gave their lives to prevent what we have today, the intrusion of government into every area of our lives. The Confederate battle flag stands for truth. It stands for freedom from tyranny. It stands for states' rights. It stands for liberty and freedom. But not only that, it stands even more so for liberty against tyranny and freedom against tyranny. Do you realize that the Confederate battle flag is indeed an international symbol, but not an international symbol of racism, white supremacy, hatred, and murder? It's an international symbol, all right. Some of you here remember when the Berlin Wall was torn down. We watched it on TV, but I'll bet you've forgotten what was waving on that Berlin Wall. Confederate battle flag. Victory over tyranny. Did you know that the Confederate battle flag has been adopted and used by the people of Poland, Hungary, the Ukraine, Lithuania, and East Germany as they were victorious over the Union of Soviets? Did you realize that even Quebec used the battle flag in trying to secede from Canada just a few years ago? Yes, I can assure you, the battle flag is an international symbol, but it's an international symbol for liberty and freedom and independence against tyranny. The Confederate battle flag represents truth against error, freedom against tyranny, light against darkness, and the kingdom of Christ against the kingdom of darkness. You know what we have forgotten is this. The war of 1861 and 1865 was not just simply a war that involved politics and economics. It was indeed a cultural war and a religious war. The North was predominantly Unitarian and humanist to the core, while the South was predominantly Christian. And it was a war to wipe out Southern heritage and Southern culture and Southern Christianity. And as Greg said earlier, public schools were only forced upon the South after the South lost the war of Northern aggression. Now, why must the flag be attacked? Let's ask that question again. Why must the flag be attacked? Why must all Confederate monuments be attacked? Why must the Confederate dead be libeled and slandered? Let me tell you why. Because if we keep our symbols and we see them constantly, we might just begin to inquire as to their origin and their meaning. And in doing so, begin to question the myths and the propaganda that have been promulgated down through these years, and beginning to question those myths and propagandas, we begin to see the truth, and all of a sudden, we begin to stand for the very things that our forefathers stood for, believed in, and died for.
So now, 10 years later, we have all of these attacks on these Confederate symbols taking place at breakneck speed, where they're digging up Confederate war generals and their wives, where they're removing the Confederate flag from any place that has any, for this exact reason that Pastor Weaver just mentioned.
That flag is a threat to the socialists, to the communists, to those who hate God and hate Christ and hate liberty and hate freedom. It's a threat, and they want it taken out of sight. Let me tell you something, dear friend. We better say, Lord, let that flag wave. When that flag goes down, don't think that's going to be the end of it. It'll just be the beginning, because they'll want to take everything else until our heritage, our culture, everything is totally destroyed. Please, if you don't remember anything else tonight, remember this. In order to keep a people enslaved, and in order to keep your slaves content, you must destroy their past. The people who have no past have no future. One of these days, the South is going to awaken again. And we're going to see that we have sacrificed our children too long on the altar of humanistic and northern appeasement. We've got to come back and say, we have a heritage. We have a culture. We have a life. I remember when I was in college, I had a class, voice and diction. My teacher, unhappily, was a Yankee. But he told me, he said, Mr. Weaver, you still have that southern drawl. And I said, sir, do you know why I have that southern drawl? He said, why? I said, because I was born in the South, I'm living in the South, and bless God, I plan on keeping my southern drawl. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not ashamed of that battle flag. I'm not ashamed of our history and our heritage, and I want to challenge you. If you don't believe what I'm saying, you go down to the library and you get the official volumes on the War of Rebellion, and you get the official records like I did, and you read them for yourself, and you'll find what I'm saying is absolutely true. I want you to turn to one last verse tonight. I want you to turn to Jeremiah chapter 6. Here we are. Jeremiah chapter 6. I want you to see verse 16. Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 16. Look at what the Word of God says. Jeremiah 6, verse 16. Thus saith the Lord, stand ye in the ways and see, and ask for the old paths, where is the good way, and walk therein, and you shall find rest for your souls. But they, the wicked, said, we will not walk therein. But look what he said. Thus saith the Lord, stand ye in the old ways and see, and ask for the old paths, where is the good way, and walk therein. Let me tell you something. If I had a choice today, if I could choose to have the society that we have today, or the society that existed in the South before the War of Northern Aggression, I can assure you I would take the society that existed in the South before the War of Northern Aggression. If I had a choice as to whether I would take the morality of the day or the morality of the South in the 1860s, I would take the morality of the South in the 1860s. If I had a choice as to whether I could take the character, or I should say, the lack of character today, or the character that was around in the 1860s in the South, I would take the character in the 1860s in the South. A man's word was still his bond back then. I know there were some criminals, but generally speaking, a man's word was his bond. Let me tell you something, folks. It's time we get back to our history. It's time we get back to our heritage. It's time we get back to our culture. It's time we get back to truth. It's time we get back to Christ. And we need to do exactly what Jeremiah says. We need to stand in the ways and ask for the old paths, wherein is the good way, and walk therein. And long may that Christian Confederate battle flag wave. It's a symbol of Christ and Christianity and patriotism and valor and courage and independence and freedom. Father, we bow to Thee this night. We thank Thee for Jesus Christ. We thank Thee that He is the true banner, that in Him and in Him alone is salvation. And I pray, Father, in the name of Christ, You would move on our hearts, stir our souls. May we not give up, may we not give in, may we not give out. May we fight for Thy truth, for Thy honor, and the honor of Thy people. In the name of Jesus Christ, we ask and pray. Amen.
We'd like to welcome you back to part 6, and I believe our final part of our current event and weekly Bible study for August 30th, 2015. I had to just kind of end the last part. I was totally out of time. Hopefully I can even upload that part because I have size limits on what I can open up. And I know there was some redundancy in the last part there, but I think with this subject, it's good to, I don't know, even hear it from a different perspective. And he's one of the world's, as far as I'm concerned, foremost experts on this subject, on the Confederate flag. He's got more than one study on there. He's got another series on his website of Is the Confederate Battle Flag a Symbol of Hate and Racism? And so he's got a whole series on that as well. And I give you the link there to that study, which will get you to his website as well from Sermon Audio. So now let's just confirm a little bit about what we're talking about here in the last part about coming forward into the modern day. Here we have Memphis City Council votes to dig up the remains of a Confederate war general and his wife. Latest effort to expunge the odious memory of a man who fought for the Confederacy during the Civil War doesn't end up with just his sculpted likeness. The city of Memphis wants the earthly remains of General Nathan Bedford Forrest exhumed and moved out of Dodge, and his wife too. The CBS affiliate reports on Tuesday evening the Memphis City Council unanimously passed a resolution to remove Forrest's remains from under the statue in the Health Sciences Park in Union Avenue. It's no longer politically correct to glorify someone who was a slave trader, someone who was a racist on public property. And then you've hearkened back to all the quotes that I just read about Abraham Lincoln and about what went on in the North and all of the garbage that we've been fed and lied to. And hopefully the hypocrisy, really, hits you between the eyes there. So this goes on to say Lowry freely concedes that the urgency to get rid of the statue was spurred on by the recent shooting deaths of 9 churchgoers in South Carolina by a white supremacist. And again, it's all about the Confederate flag being the focal point of that focused hatred. And here we look at what it actually stands for and can easily understand why it would be such a target for Satan and his minions to go after. Okay? So, going further, and I'm not saying everybody that's going after it, obviously, is Satan's minions, because most of them are totally ignorant to the fact of what it actually even stands for. They're just buying into whatever they've been told or however they've been raised. And that would be whites and blacks, as well. People that are just demonizing it and they don't even know what it really even stands for. So going further here, not everyone in Memphis is on board with the move, is on board with moving the statue or Forrest remains. Lee Miller, a spokesperson for the Sons of Confederate Veterans, told reporters, "I think it's disgusting that people use the shooting in Charleston and use those victims to forward their own agenda and join this anti-Confederate hysteria that's going on. To attack something like that now I feel is really misguided." Catherine Blaylock, whose great-grandfather served under Forrest, concurred, quote, "We need to have a coming together of people, not a divide and conquer," she explained. Well, that's what this is all about. It's all about divide and conquer and black against white and focusing on the Confederate flag and all this stuff. It's all by design. Regardless of what decision is made, City Councilman Edmund Ford Jr. said that there is a more crucial issue that must be resolved. And he asked, even when all the flags have been taken down and all the artifacts have been moved or destroyed, what do we do next as a people? Good question. Does that mean that all the problems are just going to go away and everything's going to be just hunky-dory and perfect? Because all these symbols of supposed hate, when they mean the exact opposite, really mean that? When that's all been removed and expunged from the history books? It's unbelievable. Next report. Black rebel flag supporter dies after being ran off the road. An African American who is a longtime Confederate flag supporter died reportedly after being chased by a car and ran off the road following a flag rally. The victim, 49-year-old Anthony Hervey, was found dead in a flipped-over 2005 Ford Explorer near Oxford, Mississippi on Sunday, and a passenger in the vehicle, Arlene Barnham, said that after leaving the pro-Confederate flag Monumental Dixie rally, they were chased by a silver car, which then swerved into their Explorer, causing it to crash. "Help, they are after us," Barnum posted on Facebook during the chase. Why she's posted on Facebook during the chase? She says, "My vehicle is upside down. Anthony is pinned in and the gas is leaking." The pair were both speakers at the rally, and Hervey in particular was well known for wearing a Confederate uniform in support of Southern heritage and for writing the book, quote, Why I waved the Confederate flag written by a black man. End of quote. So, of course, they got to kill him. How are you going to accuse him of being a racial bigot, white supremacist? You can't. No, he's got to go. He's got to die. As far as I'm concerned, this was an absolute total hit. They cannot have black people that know about the true history of the Confederate flag going out there propagating truth. No way. He's got to die. Man, don't this make you angry? The McAllister News Capital contacted the Mississippi Highway Patrol, which confirmed the accident but declined to give further details as the crash is still under investigation. Although shocking, the incident is not surprising given the government-driven purge of the Confederate flag, which has only stirred up racial tensions in America. Here's a guy trying to not stir up racial tensions, trying to educate, and I'm sure to a large part, the black race on what the Confederate battle flag actually really means, like Pastor Weaver was just doing. But no, we can't have this. We can't have that truth being put out. He's got to die. And they were able to pull it off. Not long after President Obama publicly attacked the Confederate flag, being the fork-tongued devil that he is, people were filming themselves stealing Confederate flags off of people's private property. Like, that's going to make everything so much better. This lunacy is possible because many Americans are completely ignorant of the multifaceted history of the so-called Civil War, which was a war waged by the federal government against the southern states, threatening to use the 10th Amendment to secede. Okay? That was what it was about. And the reason they wanted to secede was all this hyper-taxation that was being thrust upon them. And obviously we've already went over that. So, unfortunately, the ignorant routinely victimize well-educated individuals like Hervey, who knows history. I mean, what a shame. What a shame. They killed this poor black man that actually wrote a book on this subject, Why I Wave the Confederate Flag, written by a black man. And he's dead now. Ugh. Gut-wrenching. Here's the next report. Police investigate armed dispute over Confederate flag. This is my hometown. Okay, this was in the local newspaper I get every day. Hickory, North Carolina. Police were dispatched to Kangaroo Express on US 70 Southeast Hickory, 1:17 a.m. Sunday after receiving a phone call about a man pointing a handgun at another man. Hickory Police Department spokeswoman Crystal Dieter said the victim, an 18-year-old white man, told police that while he was parked at the gas station, a black man came up to him and asked him to take down the Confederate flag in the back of his truck. Oh my word. The black man was mad about the Confederate flag. Dieter said the victim, and there's a lot of particularly white men around here that are having that flag on their trucks. Now, I don't even know if they know exactly what it stands for. I mean, I don't know if a lot of the people that wave the Confederate battle flag, a lot of them know the full true history is what I'm saying. Yes, I think they have a much better idea than the average person, but I don't know if a lot of them comprehend the level of what it means regarding the study that we just heard. Okay? So anyway, let's go further here. So he wanted, Dieter said the victim told the police the victim would not take the flag down. An argument ensued. Dieter said the suspect then pulled a pistol out and pointed it at the victim. Yeah, it's worth killing somebody over this. Well, hey, they killed the black man that wrote the book about it. It was worth it to kill him over, evidently. The suspect drove away when another, and this guy the other day, and, I don't know if it was a false flag or not, there's all this stuff up on the internet, but in his Facebook manifesto, he wanted to start a race war, and the whole thing with the Confederate guy that killed the 9 people in Charleston, South, that was what really got him pushed over the edge. So he's going to go out and he's going to make things all better, this disgruntled gay black guy, and start a race war by killing 2 innocent white people. Okay? And again, all this is being done by design to do that very thing. Like, the world would be such a better place if we have a black on white race war. Things are going to be just Jim Dandy if that happens. But hey, if they could get us fighting between one another, we're not looking at the puppet masters at the top. which is exactly what they want. And hey, they can institute martial law that way. And we'll be the fault of it. Or whoever is, propagating it. Unbelievable. So this is why I put these studies out, to try to hopefully interject some truth and sanity into these issues that we're being faced with on an ever-increasing daily basis. Because they're really trying to get the race war going. Really trying to get that one going. Boy. So the suspect pulled a pistol out, pointed at the victim. The suspect drove away when another person at the gas station called police. After talking with the victim, officers began searching for the suspect. Police then received a report that the suspect was walking near Catawba Valley Community College. Police arrived there. They found a handgun on the ground and a black man in the business bushes nearby. That's good. At this time, there are no charges pending against the black man. Okay, now, I think they did file charges, but when this is happening, you can't brandish a weapon on somebody like that. If a white guy does that to a black, or a white guy does that to anybody, I'm sorry, but this is the way it goes. You go to jail for a long, long time brandishing a weapon like that. You can't do that. He gets a slap on the wrist, though. And there was no even charges at the time. I'm telling you, that I've seen it over and over again. Where? Oh, right here. The next report. Family threatened at gunpoint for waving the Confederate flag. This was from July 15th. A family was threatened at gunpoint for waving the Confederate flag on their own private property. In another illustration of how controversy surrounding the flag is only driving more animosity. The incident occurred on Monday night in Moseley, Virginia, while the family was expressing their First Amendment right by waving the flag in their own driveway, next to a busy highway. A black man turned out to be, driving an SUV, pulled into the driveway, with the whole family there doing this, took out his gun, chambered around, and pointed it at the family and started yelling. Let's play the video. Okay, so I just went to roll this audio clip and found that good old YouTube had sanitized everything about this story off the internet, because they can't have this type of information. They can only have like the Dylan Roof killing the black people and guys waving Confederate flags getting knocked out and stuff like that. And only Confederate, like Southern white supremacists waving the Confederate flag, even though they don't even know what it stands for, going and harassing some blacks. Of course, I've only been able to find one account of that in all of the news in recent times. I don't condone that either. But they don't even know what it stands for, obviously. So this has been totally sanitized off YouTube. I was able to find it, though, on another site. So I'm going to go ahead and roll this.
Thank you. A Chesterfield man finds himself looking down the barrel of a gun after he says he was waving the Confederate flag Monday night. Senior reporter Wayne Colville spoke to the man's family, who says they watched the whole situation unfold right in front of them. He's here to walk us through what happened.
See, again, this is only going to be on a local news affiliate. They're going to sanitize it off the internet because it doesn't fit the official narrative about how they want to portray the Confederate flag.
Candace, the Wilson family spent Monday waving at passing cars and trucks with their hands and Confederate flags. A day without incident until about 7 o'clock.
They were being nice. They were waving at people, being nice. They weren't like out there, Southern pride and white supremacy. It wasn't like that at all.
When a man stopped and got out of his car.
He brandished a weapon. He chambered around and put it to my head.
Tense moments for Mark Wilson and his 15-year-old son, who was watching.
The guy starts to yell at my father and got out of his car and pulled the weapon and chambered around in it and put it to his head and said, "Your cause isn't so great now, is it?"
Family.
I mean, you're talking, a heartbeat away from death. You chamber around, you put it to someone's head in front of their whole family. But that's okay, because, he was going against the wicked, evil Confederate flag and all of that stuff. So it's fine.
The friends spent Monday waving, a way they say to show support for the flag.
Can you imagine if this was a group of blacks out there with the Black Lives Matter? Okay, they don't care about any of all the black babies that are being aborted. How about half of their race is being aborted? They don't care less about that. You know, I confronted one of them down at the Planned Parenthood thing. First thing she said, you're not going to take care of all these black babies and all that. I'm like, that's the only excuse they could give me. Okay, so I guess your excuse is kill them all. Because that's so much more humane and better, you know. But could you imagine if it was a white guy wearing a Confederate flag? Okay, even better. And he pulls up and he chambers around to a Black Lives Matter. But do you know Obama would be on the air that night condemning it? And who knows what would be proposed or called for?
Not expecting a confrontation.
That was really, really scary.
As the suspect drives away, Chesterfield County Police are called.
The police went down, they found him in Amelia, and he said that we were threatening his life. And what I don't know...
Threatening his life? He was driving. They were on the side of the road waving to people nicely with Confederate flags. He was threatening their life? How is that possible? He's a fork-tongued liar.
Understand is this is a busy highway. He's in a vehicle going 70 miles an hour. How are we threatening him by walking across or anything?
The gun and incident didn't stop the Wilsons and their friends from being back out again on Tuesday. The flag waving being met with a mix of all horn support and obscene finger gestures.
And that's really important to understand.
Michael Lucas, with Sons of Confederate Veterans, says he understands what the Wilsons are doing.
I think the thing to take from this is we have an opportunity for national debate about our constitutional rights. And that's what's important to take from this. That's the takeaway.
Chesterfield County Police say they have identified and interviewed the suspect. Their investigation continues. No arrest has been made.
Now that's justice.
Candace?
That's justice for you, you know. But I'm telling you, if it was a white guy that did it, and it was a group of blacks, and he chambered around, you cannot brandish a firearm, much less chamber around and put it to their head in front of their family. You can't do that. I mean, you go to prison all time for doing stuff like that. But I guess it's okay, you know? So it's just the double standard here is maddening. Okay, so then we have, on the same report, on Monday we reported on the new viral Twitter craze called No Flagging Challenge, which Black Lives Matter, speak of the devil, supporters are using to encourage Americans to violate people's private property rights and steal Confederate flags being displayed on privately owned homes and vehicles. But see, that's okay. Obama will make no announcements about that. He is by his silence on the issue, he is absolutely, totally giving them the nod to go ahead and do that against these wicked white people that would dare put out this symbol of racism and hatred. Okay, again, the double standard all over again. Given that the flags are predominantly displayed in southern states where private ownership of firearms is common, many on social media are warning that this stunt could end up with people being shot dead. And Obama would love that even more. He would love that. If a whole bunch of black people died trying to get these flags, because it would just, oh yeah, further than there, look at these disgusting pigs doing, you know, I could just see that all day long. You know, last week the Confederate flag was moved from South Carolina State House grounds and placed in a local museum. Activists and groups like the NAACP are also calling for statues and monuments to Confederate leaders to be demolished, including the carving on the Stone Mountain, Georgia. The thing is gigantic. I've seen it before, been there. The largest bas-relief sculpture in the world at Stone Mountain. Memphis City Council also voted unanimously to dig up and remove the remains of Confederate War General Nathan Bedford Forrest, which we talked about, and sell off his statue to the highest bidders. Some are even demanding that Washington, D.C. be renamed in the name of political correctness because George Washington owned slaves. Where does it ever end? It never does. Now they're referring to, you know, kids as purple penguins, and you can't use he or she. You have to be gender neutral because you might offend a transgender or somebody that's confused about their gender, thinking that they're a jelly donut or that they're half girl, half boy or whatever. They think they're a jellyfish. I don't know. I mean, there's all these kind of weird people that identify, well, I'm that ottoman over there. I'm an ottoman, actually, is what I think I am. Or no, I'm a dung beetle from, you know, I mean, it never ends, this garbage. So it's just one report after another regarding this. Then going back to this report, 46-year-old James Baker was later arrested. This is the guy that did it by police for brandishing a weapon. I'm talking about threatening somebody's life with murder. What about that? He didn't just brandish it. He chambered around and put it to the guy's head in front of his family. You know, Baker dubiously claimed that the family had threatened his life. Oh, really? Yeah, he's driving 70 miles per hour by, stops his car, turns around, comes there on purpose with a gun, chambers around, and he's the one being threatened? Oh, that makes a lot of sense. The police went and investigated it, and they let him go. He admitted everything, and they just let him go. Guaranteed they wouldn't let him go if the tables were turned, though. They let this devil go. He should be doing prison time for this, and they let him go. That's justice American style for you. Baker is in court on September 3rd facing a Class 1 misdemeanor charge. Oh, that's justice. Misdemeanor. Wilson asserted that his decision to fly the flag is founded on a desire to express pride in his Southern heritage and has nothing to do with racism. He says, I'm not going to be scared away from people that are acting ignorant and trying to act violent. This is not a violent thing. This shouldn't be a race thing. It should be a heritage thing. And we just went over the heritage thing, the quote heritage thing, in the last teaching. Okay? And hey, it was a heritage thing too for that black man that wrote that book that died, who got ran off the road. It was a heritage thing just as much for him as it was a white person who loved that flag. So that can't be used as an argument either. Saying, well, it's just white heritage. No, hold on. So let's go further here. Okay, we've already went over all this other stuff. Now, going further, and again, we alluded to this, the Atlanta chapter of the NAACP is calling for the removal of the Confederacy from the Stone Mountain Park. Local chapter president Richard Rhodes says it's time for Georgia and other southern states to end the glorification of slavery. Because it's all about slavery, as we've just found that out to be true. And it's white supremacy, because we found out that that's what the Confederate flag stand for and what the Civil War stood for. It's all about slavery and white supremacy. That be paid for and maintained with the taxes of all of its citizens. According to Rose, all of this recognition of Confederate generals is upholding the white supremacy on which the Confederacy was founded and the war was fought, because he is the most ignorant dude on the planet to say such a stupid statement, but that's the way him and a lot of white people and a lot of black people have been brought up to believe, okay? But it is an ignorant statement. There's no doubt about it, and we've just proven how ignorant that statement is. He goes on to say, all of this should have ended in 1865 when Lee surrendered to Appomattox. No, that's when the history books started to get rewritten about the garbage that's force-fed down our throats today. The false history and the false narrative of everything that we just went over today. He's referring to what historians refer to as one of the last battles before the Confederate Army. General Robert Lee surrendered to Union Army Lieutenant Ulysses S. Grant, April 9th, 1865 at Appomattox. Then I find this was sent by a listener, and he said, and it was entitled Removing Southern History. He says, I find it interesting in all the talk about removing Confederate flags and removing statues. I'm not hearing anything in the media about removing Albert Pike, the highest-ranking Confederate war general, the guy that literally single-handedly, unbelievably high-ranking Freemason, the Freemason that wrote Morals and Dogma, okay, and he wrote the exoteric and the esoteric, and in the esoteric version, he said that we worship Lucifer as God and denigrated Jesus Christ. Okay, that's what he told the Freemasons of the 31st, the 32nd, and the 33rd degree, that Lucifer is God. Chick Tract has a whole track about that. It's called the Curse of Baphomet. Okay? It's the same guy, Albert Pike, the guy that single-handedly started the Ku Klux Klan. Now, here's a genuine racist, okay? Here's a genuine white supremacist, okay? For real, okay? We don't hear anything about removing Albert Pike's statue in Washington, D.C., the District of Criminals. I find it interesting. I guess him writing rules and dogmas for the Freemasons and for the Satanic Freemasons cleans him of his Confederate past. So, again, there we go. He's the only Confederate war general with a statue within the city limits of Washington, D.C. Nobody says anything about him, though. And he was the biggest racist, true racist of the bunch. Buchanan to Obama. This is the reason CNN has dropped Buchanan. It's like Newt Gingrich said, you're not supposed to bring up uncomfortable facts. Verified on Buchanan's website. And he says, finally it is said publicly, I've never seen this explained better. Buchanan to Obama by Patrick J. Buchanan. You say we need to have a conversation about race in America. Fair enough. But this time it has to be a two-way conversation. White America needs to be heard from and, well, not just lectured to. This time, the silent majority, because white America is beat down, kowtowed, browbeat into this, well, we can't say anything about this issue because if we even utter anything about the Confederacy or the Confederate battle flag or the Civil War that's not official, that's not compliant with the official lying Northern narrative that they have reconstructed and into our history books, if we say anything about that, we're white KKK racists and slime bags. So we better just keep our mouths shut. That's basically what we're talking about here. This time it has to be a two-way conversation. White America needs to be heard from, not just lectured to. This time, the silent majority needs to have its convictions, grievances, and demands heard. And among them are these. First, America's been the best country on earth for black folks in general. It was here that 600,000 black people brought from Africa in slave ships grew into a community of 40 million, were introduced to Christian salvation, and reached the greatest levels of freedom and prosperity blacks have ever known. And again, compare that to what they left in Africa. Now, I'm not condoning bringing the black slaves over in slave ships, even though it was the British ones that did that, and it flew under the stars and stripes, not under the Confederate battle flag, and they were the ones that did it. I'm not condoning any of that, okay? I'm not condoning all of these black slaves that died on the slave ships. But again, you look at Islam and you look at their atrocities, which is at least 95% worse, and they were the ones that enabled the slave trade because they were the ones selling them. There is no even comparison between the two. Okay, so anyway, let's go further here. They were introduced to Christian salvation, reached the greatest levels of freedom and prosperity blacks have ever known. I mean, were they going to have any shot of being exposed to Christianity in any way, shape, or form, staying in pagan Africa? I don't think Africa at that time had a big Christian population. At the times the slaves were coming over here in the hundreds of years in times past. Okay, I can tell you that a lot of the blacks that were brought over here did, and this goes for the blacks that wound up in Cuba, this goes for the blacks that wound up in Haiti, and in all of these island areas, or wherever they were shipped, they brought a lot of their tribal, high-level, voodoo-like witchcraft religion with them. Okay, that's a fact. They did. Okay? I'm not being prejudicial to blacks, but I'm telling you, they brought what they had been brought up for millennia doing with them. So unless a missionary had went over there and evangelized them, they were not going to have, and with the Muslims doing what they were doing, that was probably a pretty low risk, low probability of happening because of the way the Muslims were treating them and how they were killing the black people. So let's go further here. Second, no people anywhere has done more to lift up the blacks than white Americans. Untold trillions have been spent since the 60s on welfare, food stamps, rent supplements, Section 8 housing, Pell Grants, student loans, legal services, Medicaid, earned income tax credits, and poverty programs designed to bring the African American community into the mainstream. Governments, and I'm not saying I agree with every one of those programs, okay, but they were efforts, is what the point he's trying to make. Governments, businesses, and colleges have engaged in discrimination against white folks with affirmative action, contract set-asides, and quotas to advance black applicants over white applicants. Churches, foundations, civic groups, schools, and individuals all over America have donated their time and money to support soup kitchens, adult education, daycare, retirement, and nursing homes for primarily blacks. We hear the grievances. Where is the gratitude? Is white America really responsible for the fact that the crime and incarceration rates for African Americans are 7 times those of white America? Well, as I've said in times past, statistically speaking, it's at least a 39-to-1 ratio of blacks attacking whites as white attacking blacks as far as the crime that's taking place between the races. I got into that in the recent teachings. I have a 50-page file documenting this stuff. All of the black on white crime. The blacks, a lot of them I believe are the white race has been demonized to them, so they feel like they can go out and do this and that they're doing the right thing because we have it coming. Is white America responsible for this fact? Is it really white America's fault that illegitimacy of African American community has hit 70%? And that the black dropout rate from high schools in some cities has reached 50%. Is it the fault of white America, or first and foremost, a failure of the black community itself? Okay, see, there comes a point where you have to take responsibility, and there's a lot of honest black people out there, a lot of them are my listeners, that do this and that do acknowledge these things, and I find it extremely refreshing when that happens, okay? And this is sure not about me being racist, okay? But these are things that we're just talking about here, about statistics and about facts and things of this nature. So let's go forward here. As for racism, its ugliest manifestation is in interracial crime, and especially interracial crimes of violence. Is Barack Obama aware that while white criminals choose black victims 3% of the time, white criminals choose black victims 3% of the time, black criminals choose white victims 45% of the time? See, what's racist in that? I mean, the racism oozes all over here, and it's like it doesn't exist, though. It's okay. That's okay, though, because it's black on white crime. Just like that guy pulling up, chambering around against a white person, a white guy in front of his family, that's fine. No charges brought. You go off, we'll give you, you're a misdemeanor. White guy does it, he's in jail doing tall time. Brandishing a weapon, attempted murder, whatever they're going to charge him with. It's such a double standard, it's just boggles the mind. So is Obama aware that black on white rapes are 100 times more common than the reverse? Now, do I, as a white person, have any right to be upset about that statistic? Black on white rapes are 100 times more common than the reverse. No, evidently I don't. Not according to the politically correct world we live in. I can't even get upset about that. I'm a racist. Just take that, accept it, and like it. Is basically what is silently expected of a person that's white. And again, I have a lot of black listeners. The last time I brought the subject up a couple weeks ago, I got tons of response from my black listeners affirming what I am saying. And they're black and they're saying this. So you can't accuse them of being racist. Do you know that if white men were raping black women at a 100-time ratio, 100 times more common than the reverse, do you know the rioting and the deaths and destruction that would be happening in the streets of the black, most likely male population against the white men? You think that they would take that lying down is what I'm saying? I doubt it. Seriously doubt it. But so many white men, again, they've been so beaten down, they're so gelded, they're so jellyfish-like, that they'll, none of this will ever even be, they won't even think about even bringing this up. I'm not saying you go out there and get violent. I'm saying that this should on some level upset you in some way, shape, or form. This is evil. This is wrong. Okay? And, you know, God is a righteous God. This is unrighteous. There is such a thing as righteous indignation. Okay? And looking at these statistics, you know, hey, it's pretty one-sided from what I can see. And then also that black on white robberies were 139 times more common in the first 3 years of this decade as the reverse. So in other words, black and white robberies were not 139%. This is 139 times as common in the first 3 years of this decade as the reverse, as white on black robberies. 139 times more common. Black on white rapes, 100 times more common than the reverse. That's racism, if you ask me. When you have these unbelievably skewed statistics that are totally ignored by the politically correct, by Black Lives Matter, by Obama, this is all okay. But I mean, you know, Black Lives Matter, right? As long as they're not a baby that's getting ready to be aborted, then that life matters not at all. Just so much hypocrisy here regarding the subject. We have all heard ad nauseum about the Reverend Al and Tawana Brawley, the Duke rape case in Jenna, and that all turned out to be hoaxes. But about the epidemic of black assaults on whites that are real, we hear nothing. See, it's really the white race that has, like, if anybody was going to, like, get enraged, it really, you would think, would be the white race. Because what's getting done to us is far, far, far statistically worse than the opposite. Okay? I mean, I'm not saying that blacks have never had anything to deal with from white people. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that there's no inequalities that exist. But we're talking about crime statistics and rape and murder and beatings, and I mean, we're talking about hardcore stuff here. Where you could die or get raped, you know, or be robbed. I mean, not even close, statistically. So, you know, like I said before, I'm going to report on the truth about matters, and, you know, I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm not trying to make anybody mad. I love my black listeners, and I really mean that. And this isn't directed at you at all. It's not. I'm not directed at you whatsoever. But this is about getting out truth. And we are just fed so many lies on so many levels. We just looked at all, this whole study is one example on all the lies that have to constantly be exposed and pushed back and light shed on the truth. Because all we're getting from the mainstream media is total lies and whatever satanic narrative they want to push. Goes on to end by saying, sorry, Barack, some of us have heard it all before, about 40 years and 40 trillion tax dollars ago. This needs to be passed around because this is a message everyone needs to hear. I passed it on because I'm for a better America. I'm not a racist. I'm not violent. I'm just not silent anymore. Again, true. And that's what a watchman does. He exposes evil. We're supposed to reprove the unfruitful works of darkness and have no fellowship with them, and to make them manifest. And to make them manifest means to shed light on them. I don't see what good it does to ignore things like this, because when you ignore a satanic problem, that problem gets worse. It doesn't help it by ignoring it. There's no narrative if we ignore it. There's no discussion about it. There's no proactive measures being taken to prevent it. And that's what this is about. So that's all I have for today, and I'll go ahead and close this out in a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we do thank you for this day, this time you've given us, Lord. I pray, God, regarding all the issues we've covered today and all of the studies in times past, Lord, that you'd bless, Lord God, the information that we have put out here that is truth, God. That it go forth and it bring forth good fruit, Lord. That it bring forth truthful narratives and discussions where people can have a open dialogue about what is our history, Lord, and what is going on today where we are being lied to, and how can light be shed on that, and how can the Lord Jesus Christ be glorified by doing that, and possibly leading people to the Lord as a result of getting them operating in the realm of truth. Because today, Lord, so many people operate in the realm of deception. I pray, God, that you give us all the ability to separate the truth from the lies, and that you help us to help other people see the truth, but mostly the truth, and most importantly, the truth of the Lord Jesus Christ, his death, burial, and resurrection, and salvation through him. I do pray you forgive us for any and all sins we've committed, as we forgive those who have sinned against us, and that the words of our mouth and the meditations of our heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, our strength and our Redeemer, and that you cleanse us from presumptuous sins and secret faults, that they would not have dominion over us. And we ask all these things in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.